Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere outside of the sewage-spilling Virginia. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, February 19th, 2026. And this right here, the thing that you are watching, is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM stands for the New American Media. I meant to click that. Thanks for being here. On today's program, we're going to discuss Prince Andrew arrested over Epstein. Did it happen? Click. Domino, motherfucker. Yeah. What is that from? Domino, mother... I gotta ask Grok. I know the phrase. What is it from? I'm asking Grok. Let's see if it knows it. Okay, it is Doughboy and Boys in the Hood. The iconic Dominoes scene where he slams down the winning play, trash talks the table, and drops the line like a boss. He's hyped after beating everyone at Dominoes, switches to spades, and hits him with Domino, motherfucker. What you say about that? It's pure 90s street energy, trash talk, and one of the most quoted moments from the movie. Is Prince Andrew the first? Clack, 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 clack. Are we about to see global arrests? Ooh, you're pulling out a weed that's got deep roots that run everywhere. Is it almost time to start gardening? Oh, God, I hope so. Giggity good God, I hope so. Well, if you're pulling a weed out, I mean, you got to be careful. If you snap it off before you get the roots, it's just going to pop back up. You'll give it time. You have to go get it at the roots. So anyway, we're going to talk about Prince Andrew. Has it begun? My suggestion, my guess would be that yes, it began. It will begin. You'll know that it has begun. Begun. Be gone. Tales of a bygone era. You'll know that it has started, I think, when a lot of things happen at 3 a.m. at the same time, coordinated. Because when you start tipping people off, I mean, the cockroaches are going to scurry. You flip the lights on too quick, they're all going to be gone. Leave the lights off and then get them all. Then just drop that canister in the house and get them all at once. So we're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to discuss the SAVE Act. Is it time to replace Leader Thune? Leader.
Take me to your leader.
Leader Thune. The leader beans. Put them on the shelf with the other leader beans. Let's see if Kenneth knows that reference. The leader beans. Also, yeah, and by the way, if anyone knows that reference, either live or after the fact, type it in the comments, please. I need to know. What do they say? Gentlemen, we meet again, or gentlemen of leisure. What is this? We'll just say gentlemen, we meet again. How about that? Also, we're going to ask about, is it time to replace Leader Thune? We know that. Obama's treason. You won't, you might not see a funnier clip all year. The unintended humor of the traitors. Try to pretend that they aren't who we know they are. Oh my God, it's the best. In my best, I mean the worst. So we will talk about it and more on the show, as well as Iran. Iran so far away. Couldn't get away. Talk to any Iranian living in the United States. By the way, Iran used to be Persia. It was a Christian nation, along with, a laundry list of Christian nations that were conquered and dominated and turned into Islamic supremacist hellholes. Persia is about to rise again? Maybe. Do we want our blood and treasure to be involved? Are we just the puppet of Israel? I mean, these are all the conversations that everybody is having right now. So we're going to discuss them on this program. What say you? Is it a righteous fight? Is it our fight? Is it a fight worth fighting? Should we just be arming the people on the streets and let them handle the warfare? Stay out of it? The Armada has arrived. Wondering if it's going to be this Friday or this Saturday. I don't know, but we're going to unpack it on today's program. So buckle up, grab your cup, because the TNAM Daily Show, well, it starts right now.
Your guide to the truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much for being here. All right, checking comments. Hello, everybody on Rumble. Trash Panda changed his name again. I guess the Trash Panda is au natural Trash Panda today. Yeah, hit like, hit subscribe, however you are watching the program. We want to grow the show, so tell your friends about it. Share it on your social media sites, please. Also, we are self-funded over here, so we want to let you know that we have merchandise. We have the New American Media mugs. They're $40. Shoot me a Venmo at Brian Engelman, scrolling at the bottom of the screen, BrianEngelman, and we will send you a black and white and red all over. I think I was pointing to the blue before for some reason. Black and white and red all over, like a newspaper. Yeah, it'll cover like $10 shipping and handling, continental United States. Consider a $30 fundraising mug for the show, courtesy of John. Thank you, John. Appreciate you. John made a batch of these. We start our show with a sip every day, not in honor of Scott Adams, who I dearly miss. It's weird having to check out different shows now. I used to watch that, if not every day, almost every day. I'd at least catch up on it at one point, whether live or otherwise. But yeah, coffee good. Order a mug. If you want to set your mug on a coaster, well, these are wooden. Look at these things. Look at how cool they are. Wooden, Ohio-made coasters. There's sets of 4 in each box. Each box, $30. That includes shipping. So just shoot me a Venmo and tell me if you want circle shape or Ohio shape, because we do an Indians, Cavs, Browns, Buckeye centric sports show, but we'll talk about anything sports. We had season 2. We haven't concluded season 2 of Strictly Football. Where's the logo? There we go. Strictly Football. Season 2, 30 episodes this year. And of course, Jim Mitchell and Mike Barra got to celebrate a championship. They're both Seahawks fans. Izzy is a Cowboy fan. I'm a Browns fan. But yeah, if you want some coasters to set your mugs on, just shoot me a Venmo along with your address and tell me if you want circle shape or Ohio shape. Or I'll do 2 for $50, shipping included. So just shoot me a Venmo and I'll send these out 2 for $50. If you want a pin for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, they're $25. So if you want some merch, you let me know, because I don't want a box of merch. I want everyone who likes this program to support this program and to get a mug. So thank you so much. Appreciate each and every one of you, as well as a reminder that we are on Patreon because we are 100% crowdfunded. at the New American Media. We have Rumble Rant tip jar, Super Chat tip jar, if you want to peel off a couple bucks and toss them over. Our numbers have gone up a little bit, but this is a short month, and we have our $470 restream bill that we got to pay for. So any of your donations are super crucial, super appreciated at this time. You can do so at the ways at the bottom. Venmo, Cash App, it's my name, Brian Engelman. PayPal is Fuzz Installment at Yahoo. Sign up to be a monthly subscriber on YouTube and Rumble. You can do that for, I think, at $5. Patreon is like 10. It's like $5 a creation. We do twice a month posts. And then Rumble Rants and Super Chats. So thank you all for being here. Let's pull up our chat. Speaking of Super Chats, we got some Super Chaps over here in the Super Chat. Let's see what everybody is up to. Good morning, y'all. Like Leon in the house. Yeah, T-minus 62 freaking minutes. Yeah, my schedule, it is a changing. So I'm going to try some different things. We're going to stay at noon. We will be at noon because we've been at noon. I'm not against doing it earlier in the day or later in the day, and not against it, meaning it might change. It might change. So yeah, I was 62 minutes early. Usually I just kind of knock the show out right before, because I'm still doing show prep. I don't know what to title the program because I haven't reviewed all the stories yet. And there's no way anyone can review every story, but I try to do a quick once-over on most of the places so that we can give you a dynamic program that hits a lot of topics. Yes, hello, Trash Panda, Texas, in the house. Lake Leon. Yes, Pam Bondi. They took down a prince. What is it, the Prince and the Frog? We had Pam Bondi as the turtle and the frog. The fence post turtle took down a prince. Okay, Pam, they took down a prince. If they can do it, you had better do it, or we look very weak. We look so weak, we look like a month. Indeed. Kenneth in the house. Let's see if Kenneth got the reference. I was referencing there. What did I just say? You just said it, Brian. Gz. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Make sure your comments are full comments, so when I go back and read them 5 minutes later, I know what we're talking about, because I don't know what that means. You just said it. Gz. I don't know what that was. Good morning via TNAM. Oh, Robin Williams, we miss you. Lake Leon saying Thune gotta go. I'm not against that. Thune to go soon. Yeah, Thune is a loon if he doesn't pass this save act. That is for sure. I love how the regulars here at the bar. Yeah, my name's Brian, the bartender. Welcome to my bar. We're going to talk about all the things on the TVs behind me. All the things other people are talking about. That's what we do here. And yeah, the regulars remind me of the famous catchphrases and the quotes. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. I don't even remember why I said it the first day that I said it. And I know it's a phrase that's out there. It's not like I coined the phrase, but like it does pop up from time to time, and it is funny. I love when people throw things that I said back into chat. I do appreciate it. Like Leon doesn't even know what he's referencing. Question to Kenneth. Kenneth, do you know what I was referencing when I said leader beans? Leader beans. Tell me in the comment. All right. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. We have Rumble Rants and Super Chats. Let's pull up our Instagram page. Make sure you're following us. We are, what's the number? 39 short? Something like that. We're just a little bit shy of 1,000, and 1,000 is the number that we need so that we can stream live on Instagram. It's something we want to do sooner rather than later. So we just need a little bit of love there. Please like our content, hit the hearts, put comments in. Do me a favor, if you're already on Instagram, maybe just do me a favor, go back through our old content. Oh, you don't know what that's from. It was from the leader episode of The Simpsons. There was a cult leader, and he was like, he was living high on the hog, but they just had to like share lima beans. He's like, oh, this one looks just like the leader. I'll put it up on the shelf with the other leader beans. And there's like a little sign that he wrote that says leader beans. And they're just beans. They don't really look like leader. But they're called leader beans. Yeah, it's a great cult member episode. Oh, I haven't watched The Simpsons in so long. I got to get back. But yeah, if you could do me a favor, if you're on Instagram, go back through all of our posts. Or, I mean, not all, because, I mean, we've been on there for several years. We got, I wonder if it shows how many posts we have. It does. I know it has to. We've made more than 4,000 posts over the years. So you don't need to comment on all of them, but like heart them, put a comment or two, share them on your Instagram, because that lets the algorithm know, oh, we should boost this page. Other people like it. Let's see if let's boost it up in the rankings, so when random people scroll, they might see some content they like. And you know, algorithms are tricky, but it's engagement that feeds them. So if you could help me, that is one of the milestones we are trying to accomplish. No, it wasn't Norm Macdonald. That is a great guess. Oh, Kenneth, the shame. My head is down. Now hang your head in shame. All right, let's get to. Oh, by the way, let me see this. I saw that there's a new option of something I can do. It says remove the overlay. I don't want to remove the overlay. Let's put the overlay back. But there is something we can do. Orientation section not available while live. Well, that's not helpful. That's what I was going to try to do. Okay, question answered. All right, so apparently 2 Republicans are currently leading in the California governor's race. Let me go on X to ask this. Are 2 R's leading California governor race? When is that resolved? Let's see what Grok says. I just want to double check this. I mean, I would not be surprised that Californians would be absolutely sick and freaking tired of any Democrat air quote leadership. But still, I think they probably cheat so hard. Oh no, 2 Republicans are not currently leading in the sense of dominating the overall field or securing the 2 top spots for the general election. But recent polls show an unusual dynamic due to California's nonpartisan top 2 primary system, where the top 2 vote getters advance regardless of party. The latest major poll, Emerson. Emerson, real nice assets you got over there, ma'am. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it shows that the Grok is saying no, but then it says they're close or tied at 14% with Eric Swalwell. Oh my God, no. Oh, good Lord, no. Katie Porter, Democrat. Oh, she's awful. We've played her. Tom Steyer, 9%, 21% undecided. Hilton has surged recently. Republican vote is split between him and Bianco, roughly 38 versus 37% of GOP voters. Democrats remain fragmented across multiple candidates. Oh, Swalwell is terrible. So it could be Republican versus Republican. It will be resolved June 2nd. Top 2 advance. So we shall find out. All eyes on California. Okay. Compliments of the worst governor in the history of America, Newsom. And that's Sheriff Bianco. So get a little law and order in that godforsaken hellhole that I left. Love the place, but man, is it... the mismanagement is through the roof. All right, what do we got here? This is Shadow of Ezra, journalist Michael Tracy dismissing claims of an international child trafficking network tied to Jeffrey Epstein is not credible and lacking evidence. Did you ever hear this theory? Now that's a bold claim, isn't it? Isn't it, Governor?
Because the central tenets of what I've taken to calling the Epstein
This is on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
mythology have simply
The Epstein mythology. And I have heard this thought before, that it's not what people say it is. And I go, of course it is. But if we have to consider occasionally that the earth could be flat and that we're under a firmament bubble dome, as described in the Bible, we have to be willing to consider that maybe Epstein wasn't everything that they said it was. Although the data dumps seem to make it seem like it was way worse than what we thought it was. Who knows? But let's listen to what this guy, Michael Tracy, has to say.
Simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence that would justify the United States, Great Britain, and the world now being embroiled in this gigantic pedophilia crisis where people like Tara Palmieri and your next guest,
And by the way, I don't want to profile or anything, right? But of course, let's profile because everybody profiles. If you don't, you lack a self-preservation instinct. Does this guy look a little like maybe if you were casting a Hollywood or television portrayal of a Chris Hansen show, maybe this guy might be cast as someone that would be in the kitchen or in the living room waiting. I don't know. I don't know this Michael Tracy guy, but if you're picking him out of a lineup, I don't know, the unbuttoned shirt with the chest hair, the greasy hair, the glasses, the 5 o'clock shadow. I don't know. I just, if you were, what an odd thing to say, perhaps.
David Boies are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity that was perpetrated and covered up at the highest levels of government. This is crazy making stuff. And in fact, it wouldn't be surprising if people who come to believe this stuff and might already have a disposition toward mental illness could enter into a kind of homicidal mania. And so Tara Palmieri, I mean, I would agree with her in that there is a lot more to investigate on this subject, namely the journalistic malfeasance that's been so shockingly rampant, it's incredible. Tara Palmieri journalistically collaborated with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, didn't just use her as a source or as an inspiration, but essentially shared a byline effectively with her on the podcast series that she produced in 2020. They went around the United States saying they were just innocently on this truth-seeking mission to find out all that Jeffrey Epstein did to all his innocent victims. And they told the listeners, don't worry, none of this is about bringing any further lawsuits or criminal charges against anybody. So all these men we're trying to track down, they have no reason not to speak to us. Meanwhile, about a year or two later, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who, by the way, is one of the most egregious serial fabulists who's ever walked the earth. I know that's really controversial, but all the claims that she had to retract, the trail of destruction she left in her wake, empowered by people like David Boies and Bradley Edwards, who, by the way, if you want to know what the impediment is to full disclosure of the Epstein files, just look at what David Boies' colleague, Bradley Edwards, has been frantically arguing for the past several months in federal courts in the Southern District of New York about the supposed terror and nightmares that have been unleashed if we have the Epstein files released. On the one hand, they're all sloganeering about release the Epstein files. On the other hand, they don't just want to redact the, quote, victims' names. And by the way,
man, there's a lot to unpack there. Let me pause real quick. Virginia Roberts lied about what? She did lie or misremembered. Alan Dershowitz was accused. Giuffre claimed Epstein trafficked her to him, Dershowitz, former Epstein lawyer and Harvard professor, for sex multiple times when she was underage. Dershowitz vehemently denied it, called her a serial liar, seeking money, and they exchanged defamation lawsuits. 2022, she dropped her claims against him, stating she, quote, might have made a mistake, end quote, in identifying him due to trauma and stress at the time. See, this is going to be a problem. What is proof? What is evidence? There's claims, but claims do not equate. Oh, by the way, let me make sure Whoopi's in the stack. I don't know that I had Whoopi in the stack yet, or maybe I did, but I didn't get to it because she has now found out. Yeah, Whoopi Epstein is trending. Let's get this little clip here. Is this a video clip? It appears to be, yes. Okay, good. We'll get to that in a minute. A mere accusation or a mere appearance in the files does not mean anyone's guilty of anything. And some people are just now finding that out. Yeah. Well, Trump is in there more of the times than Jesus' name is referenced in the Bible. So what's what proof are we talking about? What do you lay it out? Well, he is. He said something cringy on Howard Stern 30 years ago. Hey, how'd you like the Super Bowl halftime show? Kid Rock did something. He wrote a messed up lyric 30 years ago. You're not answering my question. Not answering my question. But you are telling on yourself, aren't you? Virginia Roberts. It says that no money changed hands in that settlement. Dershowitz said he believed she genuinely thought her accusation was true initially. So I don't know if he paid her off. I don't know if she realized that he had nothing to do with this. Don't know. Other inconsistencies noted by critics, varying details on ages, dates, locations, specifics of encounters, which is also, unfortunately, or accurately, common in trauma survivor testimonies per the experts. For example, she acknowledged, this is Virginia Giuffre, and remember, it was Virginia Giuffre in the picture with Prince Andrew. So, I mean, and she said, I'm not suicidal, and then she allegedly took her own life, or stepped out in front of a bus, or was pushed in front of a bus, or something. She acknowledged changing some details about when she first met Epstein. Prince Andrew's team highlighted these to argue her claims were unreliable or profit motivated. In 2025, parents involved in a minor car fender bender with her accused her of exaggerating injuries, claiming that a small crash nearly killed her, calling it sick lies for attention and sympathy. I'll give you the context, the broader context, at least according to Grok. Prince Andrew case, Virginia Giuffre, Virginia Roberts, a.k.a. She alleged that he sexually assaulted her 3 times at age 17 after being trafficked. Andrew denied ever meeting her or any wrongdoing, questioned a photo's authenticity, and suggested fabrications. They settled out of court in 2022 for an undisclosed amount, no admission of liability by him. Recent Epstein file releases, including emails where Epstein didn't dispute claims of Andrew having sex with her, and a 2026 photo confirmation have been seen by some as vindicating her. Andrew continues to not deny everything. Defenders, including some Epstein victims and investigators, credit her bravery. They credit her with bravery, and her information helped convict Maxwell and advance probes. Critics like Maxwell, Critics like Maxwell, Andrew, and Dershowitz, that's better, called her accounts lies or fabrications for financial gain. No court ever fully adjudicated her claims as false. Statements avoided trials. Not false, not true. I mean, but the conviction of Maxwell, she had testimony there. Her story remains polarizing. Trauma can lead to memory variances, but accusations of motive persist from accused parties. For the full picture, go to sources like court documents, her memoir excerpts, and Epstein file releases providing primary details. So that's some of the backstory on that. Yeah, get down to making whoopee. Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre. Making whoopee look bad, that is. Lake Leon says, yes, Whoopi was there. They had to have her there to scare the buzzards off the gut wagon. There's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, it's hard to tell who was anywhere. Who was there? Well, they're on the list. Did they go to the island? Well, he was on the island. Huh? They had lunch there once. I think is that the Dershowitz claim? There's so much to try to keep, Jenga pieces from toppling over, trying to keep Tetris pieces from lining up and clogging, ending the level. puzzle pieces missing. There's so much to try to remember. And then you close your eyes, you go, all right, now recreate it. And you're like, was it Dershowitz or was it the other guy? Or I don't know. It's a lot. Anyway, but this guy is going hard in the paint, attacking the legitimacy of the Epstein story in general.
What happened to saying alleged victim or purported victim? Virtually none of these people have actually ever been adjudicated as victims.
And that is true.
The only criteria that's required by...
But look at the big eyes. Here, let me get this off the screen. Let me go side by side. I'm no body language expert, but I'm a body language expert. Don't believe me ever. Don't believe me about anything. Do your own research. That's from the Glenn Beck School of do your own research. And if you find something that I'm saying is incorrect, drop me a line. I'm all about correcting stuff. And I do take it personal when people are flat out lying, like when people said that an ICE agent killed that special needs teacher in Savannah, Georgia. Willful, intentional, malicious maligning of our heroic ICE agents because an illegal alien fled an arrest, made an illegal U-turn, and crashed their vehicle into someone that took their life. The people that are going to try to say that an ICE agent did that, I mean, instant credibility loss. It's leading to direct action violence against ICE. I don't find that acceptable at all. It's not a matter of opinion, like who was the best basketball player of all time. Of course it was LeBron James, is LeBron James. But that's subjective. You could put your, oh, it's Wilt Chamberlain. No, it's Bill Russell. It's all about rings, and he has the most rings. No, it's Michael Jordan. He was 6 for 6 in the finals. Yeah, but what about all the times he didn't get to the finals? What about his shorter career? Yeah, well, LeBron only has the stats because he played longer. Yeah, when you factor in greatest of all time, longevity is a big part of that. So there's a lot to this, all right? But there is no subjectivity. Who killed that agent in Savannah, Georgia, or who killed that special needs teacher in Savannah, Georgia? It was an illegal alien evading an arrest after a year and a half after receiving a final removal order. There's no debate. There's no discussion. There's no two various versions of reality. The illegal alien invader ended that life. So be honest when you speak. So anyway, back to me being a body language expert. When someone's like really doing this, they are trying to hypnotize you. They're trying really hard. They're overselling it. It's the oversell. Look at the faces on this panel. Lady's a little skeptical, kind of like, Middle guy kind of looks like he's got Magneto glasses or one of like the X-Men glasses. Ben's is falling asleep. Pierce is just kind of whatever. Isn't he recovering from an injury? Yes, like that. The big eyes. Look at how he's overselling it. Let me just go full screen on it. That's known as an oversell. Actually, I wonder if Grok knows anything about that. Explain the oversell of a liar using big bug eyes when they speak to hypnotize or convince people of stuff. What's it say? What's it say? I wonder if Grok is going to have any idea what I'm talking about. Because although I'm not a body language expert, I am a body language expert. It's called overcompensation. Liars, especially less skilled ones, know that eye contact is the key to seeming truthful, according to Grok, so they force too much of it. Instead of natural blinking and a relaxed gaze, G-A-Z-E, they stare hard and widen their eyes to appear sincere, engaged, or wide-eyed innocent. This can backfire and look unnatural or intense. How about cognitive load or stress? Fabricating a story requires mental effort. Wide eyes can signal heightened arousal, surprise, faked, or trying to lock in attention, like trying to hypnotize or mesmerize the listener into buying the narrative. In sales, cons, or manipulation, people use exaggerated facial openness, big eyes, and a direct stare to build rapport or dominance, mimicking genuine excitement or honesty. But when overdone, it feels off, almost predatory or unhinged. I'm just looking at this guy with just pausing it exactly where I paused it. Look at this dude. Pathological liars, narcissists, or con artists sometimes get called out for crazy eyes or bug eyes during rants or tall tales. It's a trope in true crime podcasts and pop psychology. It's not foolproof lie detector. Blink rate, pupil dilation, or avoidance are more studied. Wide eyes can mean surprise, fear, attraction, or emphasis, and honest excitement. Context matters hugely. Cultural differences, lighting, personality. Some people naturally have expressive eyes. So, just look at this. I don't know what side I'm on. I can understand both sides. I get it. I'm not saying President Trump has chimed in on this issue, but if he did, he would probably say, there were a lot of people on both sides of the bug eyes guy. They said, what's with the eyes? What's he doing? Looking like a bug. Like it's a bug's life. Maybe what's another buggy thing? Goofy glasses. Connection lost. I need to call my internet provider. We're back on. We're still streaming. Maybe they didn't like my Trump meme. I'm going to watch it live, see what the connection loss looks like. Yep, there it goes. Anyway. Oh, we got another meme? So this is journalist Michael Tracy dismissing claims of an international child trafficking network tied to Jeffrey Epstein is not credible. So that's this guy's name. Bug Eyes. As Trump calls him, Michael Bug Eyes Tracy. A lot of people say this Michael Tracy looks like a Chris Hansen living room guy. They walk in thinking, I got something, and you got caught, is what it is. You got caught, Mr. Bug Eyes. They said, sir, a lot of people say goodbye. He says, bug eye. Make a meme about it. That'd be fun. Anyway, maybe I'm putting way too much energy into this, but I'm having fun because look at his eyes. They seem to be telling a story. But what I am saying is I do understand the problems with this. Believe all victims. Me too. No, you don't. You don't believe anybody all the time. You just look at evidence and you look at facts. No, you don't believe anyone just because they're saying it. You don't believe them just because they're a male or a female. You don't believe them because you put evidence on the table. You dump it out. You put it in place. You go, what do we got? That's it. Well, no, it had to be true because someone said it. No, it doesn't. That's not a thing. They've been trying to hammer Trump with stuff that isn't reality for far too long. I'm not playing this game again. It's 11 years of this crap. I'm not playing it anymore. But anyway, let's let Bug Eyes Tracy.
The DOJ to abide by what the frantic victim lawyers are demanding is mere self-identification of victimhood. Does the media make any of this clear? Because the central tenet.
All right. Michael Bug Eyes Tracy. He looks like he is overselling the story. Not sure if he's right or wrong, but it looks like an oversell. Anyone else see that? Bug Eyes. People say goodbye. Some people say bug-eye. Yeah, look, I talked to you about this before, that Meta has patented an AI that can keep a deceased person's account active and running, posting, messaging, and video calling by replicating and using their behavior from past data. This is bad, right? This is creepy. This is bad, bad, bad. Right? I mean, how many acquaintances do you have in life? People that are out there and you follow them, they follow you, but you're like, I don't even know why I follow this person. I got a lot of those. People ask, where do you get your stories? I'm like, if someone shares something interesting, I just kind of follow them. I overfollow, but I think it's a good amount. But imagine if someone passed away and you didn't know it and they're still posting. No, that's creepy. I don't like that. And they put Tupac Shakur famously on the stage at Coachella a long time ago as a hologram, performing, I think with Snoop or Dre or something, shirtless and sagging jeans, and he's out there kind of doing his thing. I don't know how I feel about the estate of a musician or an actor or somebody continuing to put them into things that they did not decide to be a part of. I don't think I like it. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? Did you watch the Super Bowl commercial where I think it was Dunkin' Donuts? It was all like the 1990s. They had Urkel, like sitcoms. Did they have Jason Alexander or somebody? They had someone from Friends. It was just like a whole cast of AI 90s sitcom figures. It was interesting, kind of fun to watch, but yeah, Project Lazarus. So what's to say here? Your true job function, which you do not realize due to compartmentalization of the project, is that you are performing maintenance on a virtual simulation of everyone in the entire world that is running on supercomputers. They are used for running tests on the population that essentially allow them to predict the future. Dead Internet Theory Facts Track. Look up the Sentient World Simulation. This isn't for keeping real people's accounts around. It's for creating more realistic bot accounts used to push propaganda and manufacture consent. This James guy says, this is pointless. I would be banned for anti-Semitism even in death. Okay, that's a wild. Not good, says, who's this? Richard. Especially in the light of all this Epstein stuff. Imagine filing a missing persons report for a loved one, only for their social media accounts to come back saying they ran away and just want to be left alone. They are grown adults. They go missing, murdered, or trafficked, and you can never find out because of this kind of tech. Ugh. It's gross. Secure your soul. Literally the engrams from Cyberpunk 2077. Be right back. Black Mirror episode in real life. It seemed like a decent idea. The fuck? These people will do literally anything but to accept the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Yeah, they call it Lazarus. Ryan says the internet is evil. Wasn't originally, but now it has become taken over. I don't know. I feel like the internet's just neutral. Here's a classic. This one is a classic. Do you remember this? I can't have chat up when I want this full screen. I'll fix it in a second here. Yeah, chime in and chat. Tell me. Yes, it's weird, says Lake Leon, that a deceased person has accounts. Watch where President George Washington had a Twitter post bashing Thune. I think he would bash Thune, though. But that's the problem. You can use your interpretation of event. Like if someone wants to lie about the ICE agent killed that teacher in Georgia, they can say, well, they're not supposed to, ICE isn't supposed to chase them in that area. And so it was them chasing that caused that lady to die. I'm sorry. You cannot No, I don't grant you that. You don't get to rewrite history. The person made a series of terrible decisions. Final removal order a year and a half ago. Should have left. Shouldn't have been there. Should have been arrested. Shouldn't have fled. Shouldn't have made an illegal U-turn and shouldn't have hit that person in the car. These are all actions of the murderer, not of ICE. You cannot blame a person that didn't do the thing. Ugh. But yeah, I mean, if you want to see a story a certain way, or you want to see the world a certain way, every story you look at is going to have that angle from it. Angle of perception. It's not healthy. Just try to look at it how it is. Marion says, let them rest in peace, in my humble opinion. Yeah. And you know, if it is mainly to create bots, better bots, you could take the essence of how somebody used to post about things and just change the name, give them a different image. I don't know. But we're jumping into a brand new world. Maybe this is all a simulation. Anyway, Alex was, does it say what year this is? I don't know what year this is, but he was in court. Okay, let me ask Grok. Let me get some context. The viral Alex Jones clip on the court stand under oath asked about trafficking. Said, you mean... Okay, hold on. And context. Let's see if Grok can tell me the context of this. Jamie, look up in that viral Alex Jones clip when he's on under oath. So this is during one of his Sandy Hook defamation trials in 2022, specifically the Connecticut trial in Waterbury, testifying in September 22 to limit damages after being found liable by default for promoting hoax claims about the 2012 shooting. During cross-examination by the plaintiff's attorney, Mark Bankston, or in a related portion involving Christopher Mattei, Jones being questioned about his history of alleging government involvement in child trafficking. Well, the lawyer asks, he responds. So that's the context of this. Many people say this is the best video on the internet. You tell me.
Talking about on your show is your allegation that government officials are aiding in pedophilia, child trafficking, and the grooming of children, right?
You mean like what Jeffrey Epstein did with the Clintons?
Top rope. Judge can't believe it. The attorney can't believe it.
Talking about.
And Jones stayed stoic. And guess what? Alex Jones was right once again. Oh, we played you the clip of Hillary claiming there is no connection between them and Epstein. They will lie to your face about everything. To their final breath, they will never admit. I've called on a national apology project. We need whistleblowers now more than ever. We need a national apology project. I'm inviting people. Please reach out to me. Let's do an interview. We need apology projects for people to just come clean. Sometimes the best way to do that is to do it publicly. A lot of people like to talk to a priest, a Catholic priest in a confessional. I'm not Catholic. I don't do that. I mean, you do you, whatever. I don't need an intermediary between me and God. Thank you very much. I don't need a pope. I don't need a confessional. I'll do my thing. To each their own, though. But yeah, it just sort of makes you think. And Alex was right about a lot of stuff, but Hillary, man, these people are going to lie to you. That I want a national apology project. If you were involved in some terrible stuff and you want to get it off your chest, raise your hand. Admit what we need admissions of guilt. We need admissions of complicity. We need admissions. I call it the apology project. I don't really know how to get it off the ground, but I think it's what's needed to shed light on what's happened, to take it down and just say, hey, I'm going to take a hit on my personal reputation, but like, I also want to improve myself. By the way, that was the message of that Kid Rock performance at the TPUSA halftime show. And people just wanted to run in and throw a smoke bomb into the middle of a conversation we were having, talking about it. It's like Kid Rock had some shitty lyrics 30 years ago from a song I had no idea was a song. Not a hit song, not a popular song. Oh, you mean in the shock jock era of the late 90s, early 2000s? There was a lyric written? Well, the whole point of put your faith in Jesus and he'll give you a second chance till you can't. He wrote a whole new verse to that song, Till You Can't, because that is well, some people say Judeo-Christian concept. I'll say Christian concept of forgiveness. If you don't have forgiveness, there's sort of no point. It doesn't take long for everyone to become irredeemable. Someone does something, screws something up, makes a poor decision. Then you're just trash forever. Then what's the point? Well, redemption is it's a reset button. It's like, listen to Jelly Roll talk. He was a different kind of cat. I guess he was doing some bad stuff and he turned his life around. I mean, he's motivational. He's inspiring. He's talented. It's, if you can't turn your life around, why turn it around? Why stop being bad? There has to be some amount of grace, and I don't know exactly what that looks like. But it's high time for the people that were at the Diddy parties, the Epstein list, you want to go to where the cool people are hanging out. You want to go to the party, and there's some messed up stuff happening. But it's like, all right, I guess this is what they're into. We need a national apology project. Marion likes that idea. Great idea, Brian. I'm the idea guy. I need a number two. I need someone to execute this stuff. You mean like, no, I mean like to make it happen. You mean like make it happen? No, I just mean. All right. No, I'm not off the rails. I'm not off my meds. We don't need 911 on this one. Jelly Roll's a performer. He's on Star Search next to Chrissy Teigen. They had someone up there singing about Jesus or talking about Jesus, and she looks super uncomfortable on episode 2. And she has so many creepo tweets about kids and pizza and talking about the most something sexual experience she had. And she goes, oh, it was like with her husband, John Legend, and goes, oh, the Obama thing. And he just starts sweating instantly. He's like, we're not talking about that. Don't mention it. Don't bring that up. I think they said it was before he became president. There's a lot of people that are going to have to make their amends. And an apology project would be great. It could become a public confessional. Maybe that'll end up being my thing. I don't know how to get it going, though, but I need people to join the apology project. All right. That was perhaps the best video
on your show. Is your allegation that government officials are aiding in pedophilia, child trafficking, and the grooming of children, right?
You mean like what Jeffrey Epstein did with the Clintons?
Absolutely fantastic. At a time where you were considered saved for saying
We've known for a decade or more, but it's hard to convince people
talking about
just don't want to hear. So anyway, thank you for the context, Grok, if it's accurate. All right, let's switch over to our X account here. Following us, we're at American_media_. Does it show? No, it doesn't show that. 127,000 posts. That's a lot of posts. 127,000 things tweeted in 15. Jelly has a role to play. Yeah. Follow us on X, and right here pinned at the top, that's our conversation with John B. Wells. It's a link to our Patreon page. You can sign up to be like a $10 monthly member, $100 monthly member, $1,000 monthly member. There's several different options. Super appreciated. You know, those cash out once a month. They've been very consistent since we set it up. It's a great way to assist the show, as well as dropping a Rumble rant or a super chat on Rumble or YouTube. And the other place is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. All right, let's go into our X account. We talked to you about Whoopi. Whee! Well, I mean, isn't this something, huh? I'll read this. I'll read the explanation on the side, but let's listen to her first.
Now, in the name of transparency, can you put up my name is in the files? Yes. And what does it say? It says, Whoopi needs a plane to get to Monaco. John Lennon's charity, it should say Julian Lennon's charity, is paying for it. They don't,
Julian Lennon is nothing without John Lennon, we know.
Don't want to charter, so they're looking for private owners. Here's the info. And they give all the information, and they're saying, do you want to offer your G2?
Well, C Reason here says Whoopi Goldberg begged Epstein to use his jet to take her to France. Her agent even suggested that Jeffrey could join them. But apparently even Jeffrey Epstein had standards because he said no. According to C Reason. Treason Jana, whoever that is. Political pundit, snarky opinions. America First, MAGA.
Okay. And it looks like they said no thanks.
Yeah.
So in other words, anybody can be on this list.
Well, this is my point.
Wow. Did you catch that? What's that lady's name? It's not Barbara Walters. What's this lady's name in the middle? Barbara Walters Light. What's her name? Allegedly, she was a comedian at one point. She hasn't been funny maybe ever. What is that lady in the middle's name? That dope. But my, oh my, can you believe that anybody could be in the list? David doesn't like her at all. No, not at all.
And they're saying, do you want to offer your G2? Okay.
And it looks like they said no thanks.
Yeah.
So in other words, anybody can be on this list.
Well, this is my point, because I'm telling you, when I tell you people are trying to turn me into...
I'm telling you, when people are trying to turn me into... Twice she couldn't finish her thought.
In other words, anybody can be on this list.
Well, this is my point, because
braids might be twisted a little too tight on the brain there.
I'm telling you, when I tell you people are trying to turn me into... I wasn't his girlfriend.
Was anybody else the girlfriend?
I wasn't his friend.
You were too old for him.
I was not only too old, but it...
You're too old for him, she says.
You were too old for him.
I was not only too old, but it was at a time, you know, where this is just not...
Are you watching her? Like, she can't even finish the thought because she hasn't rehearsed the lie well enough. I'm not a body language expert, but I'm a body language expert. I can read people. She's effing full of it, is my interpretation. She's tried 3 times now to get a coherent thought out, and she can't because she didn't spend the time rehearsing the lie. Oh, Hillary Clinton, chef's kiss, Salt Bay, sociopath. Oh, she rehearses her lines. She knows where she's going with her stuff. And she will repeat a lie enough where she'll believe it herself. Whoopi, for all her yapping, she ain't that talented. Never has been. I mean, she's got a couple of roles. I liked her in Rat Race. Underrated comedy. Question of the day. Have you watched the movie Rat Race? And if not, would you watch it? Another question of the day to type in the comments, please. Did you watch Varsity Blues? I still haven't watched it. I intend to watch it. Now that James Van Der Beek passed away. May he rest in peace. Yep, Joy Behar. There you go. That's what it is. Thank you. Joy, way off. Can I get a whoop whoop? But she's tried 3 times to explain herself, and she can't even get it out. I'm very curious if there's more info on this.
I wasn't his
You were
friend.
too old for him.
I was not only too old, but it was at a time, where this is just not.
At a time where this is just not, and she's looking down in a way. It's a look of shame. It's a look of being caught. It's a look of lying. Not to say that this proves anything, but it has all the classic earmarks of it.
I wasn't his
You were
friend.
too old for him.
I was not only too old, but it was at a time, where this is just not. You used to have facts before you said stuff.
But Trump is on the list 38,000 times.
Well, I can't speak to him, but I'm speaking about me because I.
So now they're arguing, well, hold on. You were just on it a little bit. He was on it a lot. Yeah, he was a much bigger target than you. Whoopee.
But Trump is on the list 38,000 times.
Oh, so if the lies happen enough times, then it's gotta be. That's like. I wonder if YouTube can find this for me. Jamie, pull up Phil Hartman. Okay, I see it populating. Shorts, how many? Perfect. Yeah. How do I rewind it? Okay. I found it. Yes. Well, Trump's on there a lot, so that's got to prove something, right? That's not how evidence works. Kenneth, you remember this one?
We've been in here for 4 hours. Do you have any evidence at all?
After 4 hours of listening to your claptrap, do we have any evidence at all?
Well, Your Honor, we've got plenty of hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of evidence.
We have plenty of hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of evidence. No, they're not. That's not evidence. Hearsay and conjecture is not evidence, and that speaks directly to what I was trying to explain to you about Virginia Giuffre, Virginia Roberts, AKA. Call 911. I'm having a seizure. I'm having a stroke. AKA. Gotta watch Wapner. Wapner's on. Gotta watch Judge Wapner. 496 toothpicks. Gotta watch Wapner. Hearsay and conjecture, those are types of evidence. What types of evidence do we have in the air quote Epstein files? Oh, well, there was an email that said something about something. And we need a heck of a lot more to actually nail people to the wall on this one. Got hearsay and conjecture. Those are types of evidence. Joy Behar. Well, Trump's on there a lot of times. So, that's different, right? That's different, yeah? Nah.
Well, I can't speak to him, but I'm speaking about me because I'm getting dragged. People actually believe that I was with him. It's like, honey, come on. Every man that I've ever been with, you've known about him because either the Inquirer wrote it about it.
Yeah.
Your people wrote about this stuff. So no, I never had this, and no, I didn't get on the plane because you know what I would have to do to get on the plane?
Fly.
They were trying to,
And she doesn't fly.
No, so they're trying
She's
to
a
get
bus
me.
babe.
They're trying to get me to get on a plane to get to this thing for Julian Lennon.
Yeah, but the things they dropped, 300 names.
So you don't fly. That's the proof. Interesting.
Yes.
And it's like flood the zone, because when you're looking, there are people like Marilyn Monroe, who was dead.
Elvis.
Yeah, a lot of people, because a lot of the reasons your name can be mentioned are news articles, third-party emails, contacts. Again, wealthy, famous people often cross in professional and social circles, so that's not the surprising part.
So it's interesting. Whoopi Goldberg, people. Let's take another this one. Canada. What's happening up in Canada? Weird stuff.
And finally, we are creating a new category for skilled military recruits to attract highly skilled foreign military applicants. Eligible recruits with a job offer from the Canadian Armed Forces, including doctors, nurses, pilots, can be invited to apply for permanent residence. They will be subject to the same security and all military requirements. This new category will support our government's commitment to strengthen our armed forces, to defend our sovereignty, and to keep Canadians safe. This category and other priority categories supports Canada's defense industrial strategy, which Prime Minister Carney announced yesterday, by adding a range of workers critical to support our sovereignty and security.
Hessians. Hessians. Do you know the reference? Hessians? She wants Hessians. In the Revolutionary War, the British were employing German Hessians to come in and fight. They would just pay somebody from somewhere else to do their dirty work for them. Really creepy stuff. Pay you enough money so you can kill colonists. Oh, in Canada, the other story that's crack-a-lackin'. Let me see if I can make sure This is the one. Let me share this one with you real quick. While we're shitting on Canada, I don't want to move past this Hessian comment, but I do want to get to this comment. Super shout out there. Let's see. Patriot Warrior Texas dropping a 20 spot. Kablamo. Into the Rumble Rants. We appreciate you. Thank you. We're just sitting here on the street corner performing songs. If you like what you're hearing, toss something into the guitar case. He says, pay Jamie so he will do something. He should know you have a show to run. TNAM rules. Remember O'Doyle rules? O'Doyle rules. Is that Billy Madison? My head is a nonstop. It's a vast cornucopia. It's a kaleidoscope. A cornucopia, a kaleidoscope. Ooh, that'd be a good band name. Cornucopia Kaleidoscope. I should write that down. I don't have my list over here. I have to write it on something. I really like the combining of those. Cornucopia Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope Cornucopia. My brain is chock full of movie quotes, television show references, song lyrics. You know, I was in those LEAP programs, Learning Enrichment Accelerated programs. I was one of those smart kids, one of those gifted kids. I was also a Ritalin kid. So like they put me on methamphetamines. So like my brain's a little whatever it is. But yeah, I do have some weird recall for stuff that I see. And it does make sense. You gotta, they said, sir, you're kind of all over the place. I said, it's a weave, Joe. It's kind of they call it a weave. It's like a wide weave. Skirt. It's kind of like a commercial driver's license holder from a foreign nation who doesn't understand the road rules. all over the road. But thank you. That'll go to Jamie. TNAM rules. You rule. Appreciate you. Those donations keep us going, man. They really do. They're super appreciated. Yeah, I know. I should probably get some sponsors and just do some ad reads for like survival foods or solar panels or nutrients, vitamins or vitamins. Vitamin. Marion says, Rain Man. It's a great movie and a good impression, Brian. Gotta watch Wapner. Gotta Wapner. Judge Wapner's on. Gotta watch Wapner. I haven't seen that movie in 30 years, I don't think. David says nothing like The Simpsons. But it's the Epstein list. Lionel, Mr. Hutz, we've been here for 4 hours. Do you have anything resembling evidence? Phil Hartman responds. Well, we have hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of evidence. No, they are not. So yeah, foreign soldiers is what they're talking about. The Hessians. Let me read what this said. Yeah, foreign soldiers, really. David, you're up there, man. Please help fix your country, man. You're our neighbors to the north. We can't have you this way. Jamie, put together a plan of how we can fix Canada. Thanks. Canada is now totally criminal. It's awful. The enemy is within the gates. My Canadian beer is killing my brain cells. I call it a can of duh. I like, Kenneth, I love those that it takes you a sentence to set it up. It's set up punchline. I love the obscure, they call it a weave. it's an obscure weave to get us to that point. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. My Canadian beer is killing my brain cells. I call it a can of duh. That reminds me of the Norm Macdonald where he talks about, I walked through blood and bone looking for my brother. He was in northern Canada. Nowhere near New York. Miss you, Norm. Yeah, please come get these damn criminals in the government. Exactly. So essentially what this lady is saying here, Wall Street, well, hold on. Let me go. Juno News says Canada is launching a new immigration category for skilled military recruits with job offers from the Canadian Armed Forces, including doctors, nurses, and pilots, helping to defend our sovereignty and to keep Canadians safe. I'm guessing it's going to have something to do with Greenland to push back on the United States. Wall Street Map says Canadians won't fight for their country. So now Canada will invite soldiers from the Chinese military to join. I can just imagine that the Chinese military will send people with fake names and background to infiltrate the Canadian military and NATO. This is awful, awful, awful idea. I had another story about Canada. Let's bounce over to this. Stephen Crowder just did a big piece on this. Just Canada is a mess. Maybe we do need to liberate Canada. Make it our 51st state. Wait, Israel's our 51st state. Make it our 52nd state. Wait, was I critical of our greatest ally? No. I was just stating the obvious. I mean, wait, we're Israel's second state. No. Some people say that. I wouldn't say that. Some people say that. A lot of people. It wasn't me, but a lot of people say. So take a look at this heinous story coming out of Canada.
He said everything the doctors needed to hear in order to approve him.
Keanu's mother. This deceased person said everything that the doctors needed to say to take him away, to steal his life.
Was he actually the doctors needed to hear in order to approve him?
We're talking about the, what do they call it? I mean, it's murder, but it's also assisted suicide. It's also, I don't know what the technical term, everything needs to be, to be euthanized, you need euphemisms. Euphemisms for euthanizations. That could be the title of my band. That'll be the album title for Kaleidoscope Cornucopia. Eugenic euphemisms, or euthanasia euphemisms by Cornucopia Kaleidoscope. It's a lot. That's a lot. But so Canada's rolled out this, our government funded healthcare that is terrible. Now we're going to kind of encourage people to leave, to disappear from the planet. We'll help you. And apparently they're making unsolicited phone calls on a weekly basis in some cases to try to convince people, are you sure you don't want us to kill you yet? Lake Leon says state number 51 is Greenland, 52 is Cuba. You mean Cuba? You talking about Cuba? Canada 53, Gaza Resort, right? The Mediterranean Riviera. Right? Is that what they say? The Mediterranean Gaza Riviera? Something about the Riviera. David, you've heard about this where they're encouraging people to snuff their own lives out?
Was he actually feeling that way?
They're saying he had seasonal affective disorder. SAD. Perfect. I mean, sometimes you can take the first letter of something and spell out a different word. SAD for seasonal affective disorder. Chef's kiss. Salt Bay. Chef's kiss. Woo, woo. It perfectly describes the thing that requires many more syllables. Seasonal affective disorder. Have you ever been around Ontario, Detroit, Cleveland in January, February? Brr, lousy smarch weather. Yeah, you can be seasonally affected by some depression. These cold winter months. You're not getting sunlight, depression. Doesn't mean you should be killed for it. But Canada, they just did it. I don't think this family knew about it for 4 days.
I strongly believe not.
Keanu's family says he sought MAID in Ontario, where he was from, for several years, but was repeatedly denied. They say he then turned to BC, where he was approved.
He didn't have the items that were necessary.
So he was seeking it out?
They say he then was from for sought MAID in Ontario. Keanu's family says he sought MAID in Ontario, where he was
sought MAID. I think that's what they call it. Medically Assisted Suicide Program. Where's the MADE? But anyway, I think it's called MAID. That's what he was talking about there.
From for several years, but was repeatedly denied.
And he tried to do this for several years. I mean, he was asking for it a lot, though. It wasn't just one day I decided, but it's awful.
They say he then turned to BC, where he was approved.
He didn't have the items.
Before Christ. Before someone said, hey, don't kill yourself. No, it's British Columbia.
That were necessary to qualify him for MAID, and quite frankly, the medical system failed him.
Under Canada's MAID law, Track 2 applies to people who are not terminally ill, but who have a serious and incurable condition. It comes with additional safeguards, including a minimum 90-day assessment period and evaluations by 2 independent practitioners. The family says prominent MAID advocate Dr. Ellen Wiebe signed their son's death certificate and alleges the safeguards were not fully followed.
We strongly believe that she was coaching him in order for her to check.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's what the family believes. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of how the Democrats flooded our country with illegal alien invaders. By the way, if you're hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. They were coached to say political asylum. There were buzzwords and key phrases. Asylum. I'm applying for asylum. I'm feeling persecuted. Persecutio? Say it in your native language. Say you're being persecuted. Yeah, you're seeking asylum. There's buzzwords you have to say, and then they have to let you in because we just changed all the provisions in the laws so that if you just here's a little password to get in. Open sesame. And you walk up here and say, political asylum, oppression, whatever it is, coached to say the shit. And this lady says she firmly believes that this kid was coached to use the buzzwords so that they could kill him. MAID apparently stands for I had it right in front of me. MAID. Hang on, I just had it in front of me. I was just reading it. I swear oh, God, it's right in front of me. All right. Medical assistance in dying. MAID. Medical assistance in dying. MAID. She says this kid was coached. Oh, the leftists will coach you, and then they hide behind policy. These fucktards do it all the damn time. They are so sniveling and sneaky. And then they go, well, it's legal. It's the law. No, you manipulated the law to get your desired results. You demons. 40 million illegal alien invaders. Yo, they're all fleeing political persecution. We need asylum. Just say asylum, and they got to let you in. It's our secret code word for open sesame. Yeah, because you crafted the laws to make it happen that way. Give me a break. David says, if this isn't a human rights abuse, then I don't know what is. Well, I think you got that right. Anyway, this is a big story, too. Enough about Canada. Canada's terrible.
Not fully followed.
We strongly believe that she was coaching him in order for her to check off her own boxes.
To check off her own boxes, to approve it. And maybe there's criteria, just like police giving out speeding tickets. You have to have so many interactions. You got to create revenue. You got to grab citizens by their ankles and shake them down for money. It's just, it's not supposed to be that way. Maybe there were quotas they had to fill, or just you had to just get someone to say something and then you could kill them. And I wonder how many sadistic people take jobs like this because they want to snuff people out legally, like Dexter style.
Him in order for her to check off her own boxes to approve him.
In a statement to Global News, Dr. Wiebe says each
individual for whom I provided MAID had a grievous and irremediable. I thought it was irredeemable. Irremediable medical, not psychiatric condition. I don't know. I don't like the look of this lady. All right. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Russia today. Russia is eyeballs deep in muddy water. Time to make Persia great again. Quote, this is not a dress rehearsal, end quote, for former Pentagon official to drop site on Trump's Iran threats. This isn't last year's talks. They're backed into a corner and there is no off-ramp. David adds, to get the money they need to check the boxes for sure. Yeah, you can't do the procedure. And like a Planned Parenthood, you have to say certain things and you're coached on say this so that we can check the box, so that we can hide behind the cover of, well, they said the thing. Yeah, they regurgitated what you told them to say. You deceptive, devious monsters. You repeat, like the teachers that are going to warp the kids' minds and reframe stories falsely just to get them to kind of believe the way you want them to believe. So all eyes on Iran. I don't know if I can do my show this Saturday But I want to do a special. Maybe I'll do it Sunday. Sunday could be perfect. I'm going to see if I can do Sunday Iran show. Keep your eyes peeled. Now, ideally, that would be something I would put out on Patreon for our patrons, where maybe the episode would air a couple days before it's released to the general public. Maybe I will do that. I've never done an early release, and I should. I guess I've sort of gotten away from the one-on-one interviews. Past couple of years, I've had a few one-on-one interviews. John B. Wells, John Fugelsang. You got to be named John to be on the show, apparently. No Epstein jokes about Johns or porta potties. But yeah, like sit-down interviews with people. I should do some of that stuff for subscribers, like early content. If you're a subscriber on Rumble, thank you to everyone that's a subscriber on Rumble. If you're not, please consider becoming a subscriber on Rumble and be a subscriber on YouTube. Am I giving exclusive content over there at this moment? No, but it is a good idea. It's just like another layer of something you got to do each day, and you got to kind of figure it out. And I haven't done it, so like there's a learning curve of like I don't know what I haven't done, so I don't start it because I feel like it's gonna take a while. So there's that. Anyway, let's keep it going. Fox News says there's a regime rebuke. Protesters are rallying in Toronto, Munich, Los Angeles, and more. That was last Saturday, calling for regime change in Iran. Exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi urged President Trump to, quote, have the people's back, end quote, while speaking at a rally of 250,000 people in Germany. Make Iran great again. Make Iran Persia again is more like it. Change the name back. Get back to Constantinople. Get back to Persia. Get away from the Islamic supremacist stuff. Ooh, that's a good question, David. Bigger question should be, how much are they getting from putting someone down? Yeah, I had the same questions. How much did those monsters get for giving my brother remdesivir? Something that just ask the doctors and the nurses who jokingly, lovingly called that drug "run, death is near." Where do they put it out? They tried it for Ebola, and it had horrific consequences. It was not good, but they pushed it anyway. And then how much did they get for forcing him onto a ventilation tube? And then how much did they get when he expired in that hospital bed? Blah. Oh, I am so ready. I am so ready for Fauci to face justice, for Obama to face justice, for Biden to face justice, Hillary, Bill. I am so ready. Not just meanness or evil or violence just for the sake of it. I'm talking righteous justice is what I'm craving. Righteous justice. Anyway, all eyes on Iran and all eyes on Sunday. I'm going to ask and see if we can do this. It's going to be a killer show, you guys. I got a dude lined up whose family's from Iran. They suffered terribly from the 1979 overthrow of the Islamic supremacists that just turned that place from an awesome Christian nation into the hellscape it is today. Constantly threatening people with nuclear war, constantly funding terrorists all over the globe. Enough. I don't want to get involved in some foreign war. I'm with you. I agree. MAGA, make America great again. I get it. I get all that. And maybe the only move is to just arm the moderate rebels. I know. Now we're getting into nation building. We're getting into regime change, and that's dicey, but how many people did they say were butchered in Iran? Let me ask for the estimate from Grok. Jamie, take a look. How many Iranians were butchered this past year during the anti-Islamic supremacist uprisings? I like phrasing things a certain way so Grok can get the gist of where we're going. Searching the web, 33 results. Okay, I'm reading paragraphs. It's just no answer. Just lead with the answer. 6,000 to 7,000 confirmed deaths. I was hearing 20,000, 30,000 though. Time magazine and others cite local health officials up to 30,000 plus possible. UN as high as 20,000. Amnesty International says at least 6,000 to 7,000. Oh, if these people were properly armed, could they take the country back? Lake Leon's like, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Go Trump. Make the world great again. Yeah, I do not want to end up embroiled in some forever war in a foreign land, though. I really don't. Yeah, the Iranian leadership is criminal and evil, and they should probably go. Ebola for Columbine? Ebola for dollars? Bowling for dollars? Nice wordplay. All right, when in doubt, I think, well, actually, that's a different topic. Let me go to this one. Ron Paul says, why is a U.S. senator from South Carolina going to Israel every 2 weeks? Lindsey Graham said in a speech from Israel that if Iran ends up hitting U.S. troops in the region, it's worth the risk of attempting regime change. No, I do.
Thumbs up from everybody.
Let's take a listen to this whole thing. You should know about this.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Well, I'm Senator.
I'm sorry. What? Up, okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
Times up from here. Up, okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
Thumbs up from here. Okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
Thumbs up. Okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
Thumbs up from okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
What the fuck is he saying? Thumbs up for okay.
Thumbs up from everybody. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina.
Oh, Lindsey Graham. Thank you so much for coming on, Lindsey Graham. Southern gentleman. Manly man, Lindsey Graham. Manly man, Lindsey Graham. That's what they call me. I'm the manly man, Lindsey Graham. So manly, I got a lady's name, and I ain't ashamed of it. I got a lady name, and I ain't ashamed. Lindsey Graham, the manly man.
I'm back.
And I'm front. Some say I'm a bottom.
I come here every 2 weeks whether I need to or not.
I'm back. I come here every 2 weeks, whether I need to or not. Excuse me. What the actual fuck? I come here every 2 weeks.
I'm back. I come here every 2 weeks whether I need to or not.
Whether I need to or not. Don't we want U.S. politicians representing the United States? That is way too much involvement for my comfort.
I'm back. I come here every 2 weeks, whether I need to or not.
Weird.
So what is a senator from South Carolina? Why is he going to Israel every 2 weeks? So anyway, so here's the article. Put this up, and we're going to play a couple of clips because Senator Graham did a press conference, as you said, Dr. Paul, in Israel, of course. It's not good enough for him just to be, put on that, go back one if you can. It's not enough for him to be on every single Sunday show. He also has to go to Israel and grab the microphone. But here it is from Dave DeCamp. From Israel, Senator Graham pushes for war on Iran while admitting troops can be hit. Let's listen to that first video. Now, we did talk about this yesterday, but after our show, this quote went viral. This clip went viral. Everyone was talking about this. And we're disgusted about him saying, yeah, they're going to get killed. So what? Let's play it on that first video. Here we go.
And absolutely they could. Can Iran respond if we have an all-out attack? Absolutely they can. I think the risk associated with that is far less than the risk associated with blinking and pulling the plug and not helping the people as you promised.
Okay, that's enough for that one. Imagine going over to a foreign country and saying that American soldiers are going to get killed in this, but we think the risk is worth it. It's better than backing down. War for him is always better than diplomacy, you know.
It doesn't look good as far as I'm concerned. There's lots of threats, and And if we do what we threaten, and it seems like the president's going along with all this, that the bombs will fall. And if one goes astray and hits Tehran, watch out. So yeah. I think it's not a good mood. It's moving us closer to a much bigger war.
They weren't always buddies. In fact, here's what he had to say about Trump when Trump ran the first time. This is Lindsey Graham, Senator Graham, Trump's best buddy. He said, "You know how to make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for. He's the ISIS man of the year." This is what he said. And now they're hanging out.
A little hypocrisy there.
There's a lot going on because he knows he can cajole Trump. Remember, he calls him, that's why I was joking earlier, he calls him, "You're Reagan plus, you're Reagan plus," trying to get him to go to war, and that's what he's doing. He's just joking him. But he said that's just a minor of what the stuff he was saying before about Trump. So he hated Trump until he decided he could use Trump or try to use Trump.
All eyes on Iran. Rob Schneider here. Rob Schneider is a carrot. Derp-a-der. Rob Schneider is a carrot. He says, just a friendly reminder that all the university students and Marxists who worked with the Islamists to overthrow the Shah of Iran were all later murdered by the same Islamists. Look at this crowd. These are all women. Mostly women, all women. Just like the Democrat Party today. Silly women, stupid women. That's not to say all women are silly or stupid. Just means the ones that vote Democrat, the ones that side with Marxists and Democrats, yeah. Not all, but many misguided people. Failing to understand why you don't want to side with Marxists or Islamists. They get butchered very quick. Gaina Fauci, what's this? This post claims, let's see, put this up on the screen. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control, because they'll tell you that everything the government told you about during COVID, it was totally accurate. And anything about elections in 2020, the only free and fair election in the history of mankind, they want you to know that. Even though I might tell you something countervailing to that, go get their countervailing views at these bullshit sites down here. Okay? Okay. There you go. We good? We good. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Claim is that Fauci knew, according to this Gaina Fauci account, in 2005, Fauci knew that hydroxychloroquine was a wonder drug for SARS-CoV, according to the NIH themselves. Says, so HCQ functions as both a cure and a vaccine. In other words, it's a wonder drug for coronavirus, said Dr. Fauci's NIH in 2005. If that document is accurate. Despite this, he demonized the drug and falsely said it was ineffective and dangerous, and even pushed the fraudulent Lancet study. Fauci deserves to be in prison for life. Can I get an amen in chat if you think Fauci deserves to be in prison for life? Can I get an amen? Oh, this is so good. Gaina Fauci also put this out. You've heard about the there's a controversy that all of this controversy circles me, and it seems like the media immediately points a finger at me. So I point one back at him, but not the index or pinky or the ring or the thumb. It's the one you put up when you don't give a fuck and you won't just put up with the bullshit they pull, because they full of shit too. When a dude's getting bullied and shoots up the school and they blame it on Maryland. In the heroin, where were the parents at? And look where it's at, middle America. Now it's a tragedy. Now it's so sad to see an upper class city having this happening. They attack Eminem because I rap this way. But I'm glad because it feeds me the fuel that I need for the fire to burn. And it's burning, and I have returned, and I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? In the papers, the news, every day I am. Radio won't even play my jams. So anyway, once again, I'm full of like song lyrics. Knock a few song lyrics out. What the hell is the background to my show today? I'm just now seeing this. What is this? What is this background? I didn't pick this background. I've never picked this background. Why did it go to that? Let's go to Matrix. That's not a busy background, is it? I do like the unhappy hour background, but it's not appropriate here. I like these backgrounds. They look like Trapper Keepers. Remember Trapper Keepers? Am I dating myself? But it's weird because I didn't pick this background, but it just was there. What in tarnation? New York City? I don't know. I guess I'm on this now. We'll leave it. So there's a controversy. That's what got me on that lyric. That the guy, he's releasing the, I guess it's called a stone in curling in the Olympics. And it has a sensor, so you have to let go as it passes the line. You can't be holding the handle. But he lets go, but then he can use his finger to tap the stone again, which is illegal. So if you're gently tapping the stone, look at that fraud right there. I mean, it was a clear Trump landslide victory in that 2020 election. You all saw it in real time, and they tried to piss on your leg, tell you it was raining. By the way, for countervailing views on the elections, go to cisa.gov/rumor control because they'll tell you it was free and fair. Joe Biden totally got 81 million absolutely legitimate votes. However, the replay, let's look at the replay. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is really digging in deep on this one. Venezuela may be involved. Smartmatic, Dominion, maybe. Looking into Georgia, looking into Arizona, maybe. Are we going to finally prove the coup? The treasonous plot? The grand conspiracy. I certainly hope so. But look at that. What a great meme. I mean, I need to save this and post this on Instagram or something. Let me save images. Olympic curling cheating Biden 2020. Oh, it's so good. I should probably do it while I'm thinking about it. No, I don't want to highlight. I just want to make a post. How do I make a post from this? Create. Select from computer. I'm doing this now. Make sure you're following us on Instagram and go back and like some of our stuff. I guess I got to search. I can't find it. It should show recent. How weird that it's not doing that. It's under downloads? I really just want to do this while I'm thinking about it. Jamie, can you just do this? I'm the idea guy. Yeah, seriously. Give me a budget and give me a team of a couple of people. Watch what I do. I would crush. Oh, here's Olympic curling. Perfect. Next. The perfect meme doesn't exist. Hashtag the unhappy hour sports show. Hashtag 2020. Hashtag grand conspiracy. Hashtag treason, hashtag coup, hashtag Obama, hashtag deep state, state, hashtag MAGA, hashtag Trump, hashtag DNI Gabbard, hashtag rigged, hashtag Olympics, hashtag cheating. Whew. Bam. Shared on Instagram, everybody. I rarely share stuff from the computer, but it says my post has been shared. That's great. Let's carry on. But how great is that? Come on. Oh, by the way, I appreciate all your amens. It is time for Fauci. I dated myself. Do tell. Well, remember when I was doing my Saudite? One could make a dating yourself joke about that. No, but I would never do such a thing. That's a nice deep cut with Michael Douglas. Romancing the Stone, he is. After Nickel Beer Night, they engaged in Olympic hurling. Well, since you said Olympic hurling, let me show you this. This is something I just saw. Explore. Okay, I see it here. Oh God. It's only funny because we've all had that feeling before. I think we've all had this feeling before. I'll share this tab. And said Taiwan President Lai Ching-te is handing out Lunar New Year red envelopes at a temple. However, the temple chairman suddenly feels unwell. Full disclosure, I started feeling unwell about 20 minutes ago. I think it was discussing the Hessians. The temperature got up a little bit. It's a little warmer. I put the AC on for the first time all year just to drop it back down one. I had to stop sipping on my coffee, get some water. I was like, ooh. I think it was around the Whoopi Goldberg time. Maybe she made me ill. My coffee's still good, right? Of course it is. It's great. All right, so here we go. Talk about Olympic hurling. Prepare yourself. Do we know who to watch? Should I tell you who to watch? Or would you rather just, you'll see. If this were Olympic hurling, this person might win.
所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，哦。诸位保重，来，诸位保重，诸位保重，对，诸位保重。诸位今仔身体无啥爽快，吼哥，咱的总统来，因为他很开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任。所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，哦。诸位保重，来，诸位保重，诸位保重，对，诸位保重。诸位今仔身体无啥爽快，吼哥，咱的总统来，因为他很开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任。所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，哦。诸位保重，来，诸位保重。
Of course, how could that remind you of anything except this? President Bush. Guess I gotta mute the music. There he is. He falls sideways and then blah! 1992, George Bush. He slumps sideways and just yaks. And Barbara's like, oh dear, let me get, all right, let's just, here, let's, all right, we got this. Here's your chloroform, sweetie. Don't tell him I'm a man, allegedly. Here, sweetie, let me just, here, we'll cover up your, all right. Here, can we get that silly oboe to stop? Here, cut the music, stop the music. Oh, dear. George, you made a scene. George, I told you not to try the sushi at the gas station. Why did you have to do that? Oh, George, you couldn't made up things again. You know, maybe I should have. No, George. What? I was at my buddy's wedding. I was in the wedding, and I wasn't just there. I was in it. I was standing up there, and we tied one on the night before, and tequila was involved, and it was like parents and shots were. I don't normally mess with shots for good reason, and I didn't feel well when I got up, and I didn't feel well when I got there, and I didn't feel well as we were getting ready for it. I didn't feel well when it started, and I was up there, and I don't know if I was sweating. I don't know if I was swaying, but I did not feel well. And come on, maintain. You got this. You got this. You got this. I was like, I had to have been praying, dear Lord, keep me good. Keep me good. Don't let me, because that would have ended up on the blooper reel of my life. Yeah, that was a George Bush League move. Well done. That's good. And so did you like dinner? Your dinner, Mr. President? Fixing to have some clam chowder. I don't think they tried to poison it, but there was a lot of that conversation. He got a bug. He got a stomach bug or something, I guess. Jamie just quit. He's going to get his own show. Yeah, you don't want to be a part of this. Yeah, Kenneth brings up Olympic hurling, and I'm like, squirrel. No, because this was a funny story that I was aware of. I didn't have it in my stack. I didn't have it as part of my stack, but since you brought it up, we'll blame Kenneth for that. Or Jamie. Let's just blame Jamie. Blame Canada. All right, let's get back to the story. Another one from Gaina Fauci. Just remember, during COVID, the FDA was one of the greatest sources of misinformation in the entire world. And if you called them out for it, you lost your channel. You lost your accounts. You were suspended, demonetized, shadow banned. But here I am still, MFers. Domino MFer, bang. Still here. Still kicking. FDA, you are not a horse. You are not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it. Why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19. Fuck you, FDA. Okay, I got a couple of funniest things you'll ever hear. This is maybe the funniest. And our response could only be this. There's the only appropriate response for what I'm about to show you is this. Check it out. Oh, this is so good.
That is a decent resume. But go.
Yeah, tell me about the decent resume. Who's this cow?
That is
Talking with Kamala Harris.
a decent. a decent resume. But go ahead.
But there. Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
I like I like the some people say. Very nice. But go ahead.
I'm just speaking fact.
Yeah.
Oh, why is it cut off? Doggone it. Yeah, I need to get out of the way of this one. Just let her cook. Let her cook. One more time for the people in the back. Perhaps the funniest, dumbest thing you'll hear all day.
That is a decent. a decent resume. But go ahead.
But there. Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
I like I like the some people say. Very nice. But go ahead.
I'm just speaking fact.
Yeah. That is.
I'm speaking fact. You're speaking the most gibbery gibberish that I've ever jibba-jabbed. The most just one last time.
Okay, but go ahead.
But there. Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
A lot of people say. They said, sir. So stupid. Wow. There's a Montel Williams freeze frame if you've ever seen one. A Montel Williams freeze frame if you've ever seen one. More qualified piece of crap. The most qualified piece of crap. Is this thing still on? Yeah, you know what that requires? Oh, I can find it. From one to another, the only appropriate response oh, maybe this would work? I don't know. I've never watched this, but let's try it.
I will be bold.
Eric Swalwell, the traitor.
Without the bull.
I'm sorry, what?
I will be bold. Without the bull.
Without the what? The hell's he even talking about?
I will be bold. Without the bull.
Please clap.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why? Okay. Why is this underneath this? Guys, I got to get on with the show, but why did this come up when I searched for Bush, please clap? Lauren, 21, an arms dealer. Okay, come on. That is so childish. 6 miles away. Hands down the best catch. Why would you even say something like that? Face, 10 of 10. Body, 9 of 10. Personality, 20 of 10. Arms, 1 of 2. People, come on. I don't approve of why would this even, what does this have to do with Bush, please clap? Why is this the second thing that comes up? It's just the arms, 1 of 2. That part threw me. But this is good because you can't, I can't believe what's happened. This show, Lake Leon, you are well within your purview to call 911 on me today. Like, I am off the flipping rails today. But I think it's funny. I think it's funny stuff that I'm doing. Although that last one was... Why would that show up when I type Bush clap, please, or Bush, please clap? Why would it show me that picture? Actually, don't answer that. Kenneth, don't No, because she can't clap. Kenneth, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Lisa poses this question to Bart. It's like a philosophical exercise meant to give you existential, esoteric wisdom and knowledge, but he circumvents it by actually doing it. No, you're supposed to think about it because it takes two hands to clap. He's like, the hand has spoken. Well, at least he didn't make any Bush jokes. Thank you for that. You guys are much more grown up than I thought. Eric Swalwell, what in the world is he even saying here?
I will be bold without the bull.
It makes no sense.
I will be bold without the bull.
Please clap.
This guy is so defeated. Is that Phil Donahue in the background? It looks like him. Oh, look at the look on her face. She's like, harumph, Or is that her resting harumph face? Here, can we get the show back on track? Why is the show so off the rails today? Guys, this is just insane what you've made me do. Didn't Taylor Swift sing a song like that? Look what you made me do. I do have to ask Grok now, though. Jamie, look up, what did Swalwell, what did he mean by bold without the bold? It made no sense. Can you ask Jamie? I'm bold without the B. Old. I thought he said bold without the bowl. Oh, bold without the bull? What? Often misheard or memed as bold without the bold during a 2020 Democratic. He was trying to run for president. He delivered the line like an Iowa Democrats Hall of Fame celebration in June 2019. Go big on the big issues, bold with the solutions. His intended meaning was he'll pursue bold policies and ideas without the bullshit. No empty talk, no nonsense, straight to reaction. He paused after saying it, seemingly expecting applause or a big reaction from the Oh, that's good. Okay, can I get this off the screen? Guys, Jamie, can we get Jamie, get the show back on track. What, off the rails? Yeah, bold without the bull. Yes, correct. Oh God, I didn't even look at the comments on Harris. Jamie, why are we still doing this? Oh God. The Invisible Man is back in town. Just spit on that thing. Show probable spam. All right. Oh God, what happened? Jamie, can we get back on track? Here, click the... He paused after saying it, seemingly expecting applause or a big reaction from the crowd, but got dead silence instead, which made it awkward, cringeworthy moment that went viral as a meme. I don't really remember it, honestly. I don't remember it. He was so inconsequential and insignificant, it didn't even chart. Remember, they all dropped out and got behind Biden. Their party made them do it. Bold without the bold. Symbolizing his low energy, short-lived campaign. Dropped out early July after failing to gain traction. Yeah. It's been referenced repeatedly ever since when Swalwell does something seen as performative or over the top, like in Fox News segments, social media posts, when he's farting on camera, or comments on his later political moves. All right, thank you for that. Now that we have the proper context, one last time, and then can we get on with the show, Jamie? We got a couple more stories we want to get to.
I will be bold without the bold.
Please clap.
Absolutely defeated. Please clap. If that's not Phil Donahue, it looks a lot like him.
I will be.
Okay, we've had our fun there. Let's keep it going. How did we get here? And then Lauren. How did Lauren get there with please clap? I guess because she can't clap? Lauren makes it funny. Someone, that's distasteful. Jeb Bush, please clap. Lauren, I can't. Okay. Fine. I guess we did that today. I didn't make the meme. Don't blame me.
所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，一样都要当选。哦
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, people? What in hell are we doing today?
注意，今日退无啥爽快好歌，咱的总统来，我们开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任，所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，一样都要当选。哦，注意保当，保当，来，诸位保重，保重，诸位保重，对，诸位保重。注意，今日退无啥爽快好歌，咱的总统来，我们开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任，所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，一样都要当选。哦，注意保当，保当，来，诸位保重，保重，诸位保重，对，诸位保重。
Okay.
注意，今日退无啥爽快好歌，咱的总统来，我们开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任，所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，一样都要当选。哦，注意保当，保当，来，诸位保重，保重，诸位保重，对，诸位保重。注意，今日退无啥爽快好歌，咱的总统来，我们开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任，所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选，一样都要当选。哦，注意保当，保当，来，诸位保重，保重，诸位保重。
I guess O is universal.
诸位保重。
Oh.
注意，今日退无啥爽快好歌，咱的总统来，我们开心。台南继续努力，这是我们的责任，所以也希望说，除了2026陈尼不要当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都要当选。
I think we've seen enough of her. Thank you. That's fantastic. Yeah, I think we're good now. We don't need to see that.
Get out of the street, you fucking bum!
The character's sick. He's drunk. And he's hitting his bottom moment. Rock bottom. Why are we doing this thing? I don't know. People. They parked for Matt Stone. Watch the comment of the day. Have you ever watched Steve America World Police? I think I need to mute it so the music doesn't hit. This is your South Park, everybody. This just keeps going and going. Oh, why are we doing this? Why? Oh, for the love of God. Oh, that's the Durka scene. Guys, Jess, I don't know. Jess, you have every right to say what in bloody hell are you? Jess, if you're just tuning in, we were covering a Taiwan speech where the guy yacked, and then we remembered George Bush yakking, and then of course this one. So yeah, I was through up watching that. And of course, yeah, Eric Swalwell farting on camera. Anyway, guys, this has just been Off the Rails. Welcome to Off the Rails with Brian Engelman. This is your special episode. This is Off the Rails with Brian Engelman here on the New American Media, the TNAM Daily Show. All right, we have a few more actual stories we'd like to get to. I have no idea where they're at. I got to scroll back down to it because we are on an absolute rabbit hole of stuff today. Here, we'll go to this. See, we're going to get back to being very serious. We're going to get back to being very serious on this show. I think is he doing a Kash Patel? Look, we're not going to re-victimize those women in the Epstein files. By the way, there are no Epstein files. Okay. Thanks, Kash Patel. Kenneth, my shoes. My cans, my precious antique cans. Yeah, I actually retold the story of how I was vomited upon at my high school graduation. I just told that story 3 days ago. Went out to some bar afterward after the gathering, and some guy, whatever, and I was wearing like a nice jacket, and I had nice pants and nice shoes, and the splatter got on me. It was just a whole thing. So anyway, can we get back to the stories, please? There are some actual stories I wanted to get to. All right. Paul Sperry here says, by the way, Jess, make sure you hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend, please. Although this is my train of thought has derailed. Oh, it left the station. It derailed. Marion, my eyes are leaking from the laughter. That was some funny stuff. I'm glad. Look, covering the news every day is an absolute shit show of epic proportions that I can't even begin to describe. If you can't have a brief moment of levity, what are we even doing here? All right. Your eyes are leaking from the laughter. That was funny. Good. Jess was laughing too. I'll take it. Jess thought that was good. My favorite part is like at the end of that Team America, where just like whatever tube they have that's shooting that stuff out, like they were at the end of it, and is a the last couple words. It's so forceful and violent. It's so. I would watch it again, except we really do have a couple stories to get to. Let's get back to them. All right. Paul Sperry. Whew, how do you follow that up? Paul Sperry says, WTF. I don't know how I can continue. I really don't know how I can continue with news stories. All right. Maintain. We'll do it live. Paul Sperry says, WTF. Did you know that even though the point of the Real ID is to prevent identity fraud and increase security, non-citizens get to jump through fewer hoops to obtain one than you? That's right. Documents that are required for American women, which are certified marriage licenses and a birth certificate, are waived for female immigrants? What? All they need to present to DMV is a work permit or a green card, no social security either? No social security card either? Okay, that's insane. Ellen says Real ID equals real fraud. Each of the states know this. Sanctuary states offer driver's licenses to illegal alien invaders. They can take those licenses then to any other state to obtain an actual license and a real ID without proof of citizenship. There will never be a free and fair election. Oh my God. Sister Honey, I effing hate our government. The fraud and ridiculous 2 tiers of justice, document requirements, visas, citizenships, loans, grants, and scholarships is infuriating and nauseating. I kind of couldn't agree anymore. We should be nauseated.
也希望说，除了2026成立不了当选，我们要拜托大家，我们现场所有的议员一样都。
All right, I gotta get get back on track. Right. Let's do a flashback to President Trump on the campaign trail in 2015. He was asked a very specific question. He had a very specific answer.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
You remember that? This was 2015, the beginning of Pizzagate, the beginning of Epstein stuff. I mean, well before Alex Jones basically said the same thing. Oh, you mean like Epstein and the Clintons? Like,
Raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
So President Trump's always been exposing Prince Andrew, who got arrested today. That's the main story I want to get to, so let's keep going. Bill Malugin reporting that this is a wild one. Department of Homeland Security announces the arrest, check this out, of a Liberian illegal as a Minnesota corrections officer while also being AWOL from the Pennsylvania National Guard, all while masquerading as a U.S. citizen despite having no legal status in the United States. I am telling you, there is absolutely nobody paying attention to anything, it seems. Liberian illegal alien. Working as a Minnesota corrections officer, also AWOL from Pennsylvania National Guard, all while masquerading as a U.S. citizen with no legal status. DHS says 45-year-old Morris Brown was identified as part of the major operation in Minnesota investigating aliens involved in fraud. He's also, and if you found it here, you're going to find it elsewhere. I promise you. He's also alleged to have committed marriage fraud and made repeated false claims to U.S. immigration authorities. Oh my good God. What was the phrase? It was Jack Nicholson in The Joker. He said, "This world needs an enema." This world needs an enema. And you're right, Marion. Trump was right about everything. And if not everything, a whole hell of a lot of things, that's for sure. John Thune, according to Sherry Unfiltered, John Thune is a Democrat hiding behind the Republican label. Sadly, there's a lot of these. Wake up, South Dakota. What more proof do you need? Liberty's score is given a big fat F. And it says, pass the Save America Act. I'm done with Speaker Thune, or Leader Thune. Can we just call him John Thune? Because he's no fucking leader. He's in the way. Bill Mitchell says, hey, no matter what a Democrat promises you, they're going to tax the hell out of you. They just are. Look at Virginia. Spanberger ran on, air quote, affordability. And then immediately skyrocketed taxes. Okay. What was this? Who is Kelly? Who killed her, Kelly? Who's Kelly? He's responding to somebody who put this. A Georgia teacher is dead after an illegal alien ran a red light while fleeing immigration and customs enforcement agents and crashed his car into her vehicle. Matt Van Swall says, who killed her, Kelly? Say it. Why won't you say it? Why do all of you lie through your teeth? You think we won't notice? You think we won't call you out? This is just evil. You know better. Do better. And this was one of the headlines from yesterday because I got into a, man, oh man, did that set off some dominoes that are just, it's going to be a lifelong problem, it seems. Because I had the gall to call out somebody that was lying and said ICE killed a special needs teacher in Savannah, Georgia. Didn't happen. The illegal alien invader did. But that person wanted to twist reality for their ideological means to lie about a story. And you're seeing all these attacks on ICE agents. Hit lists put out on them. They have families. You assholes who are lying about that. There's no interpretation that could get it. Well, you know, it's just, looking at it through this lens, one could say that it was ISIS. No, one could not say unless you're choosing to lie. which is exactly what you're doing, choosing to lie. Anyway, Matt Van Swole's had it with them too. Got a little tickle in my throat. What is this glitch? What are we watching? Guess it's just a visual representation. Doge designer says breaking. Keir Starmer's government is ordering the removal of court records that show evidence of the grooming gangs scandal. The court files are set to be deleted on Thursday. More than 25,000 child abuse cases. Keir Starmer's government is erasing the evidence forever. Rise up, England. Cast off the shackles of your oppressors. This is an article from Striper, St. LouisPR.org, maybe. Nova Campaigns put this out and said Virginia Governor Democrat Spanberger just lost Boeing's headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. Boeing announced on Wednesday that it will shift its defense and space and security headquarters back to St. Louis after relocating to Chicago and then Arlington, Virginia in 2022. Companies are fleeing Virginia. Companies flee California, New York. Don't let Democrats ever near any positions of power, ever, for never, ever, forever. It will always happen this way. There is a debate about diversity is our strength. You've heard that your whole life. Diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. And we've lived through multiple decades now of anti-white, straight, Christian, male abuse, discrimination. So this guy, I've watched this clip before. It popped up on the feed. It feels relevant now. This guy's name's Jared Taylor. I don't know his background, but he's having a conversation here, and take a listen to this.
This is precisely what I've been describing, the ultimate dispossession of whites. It will come culturally, politically, artistically, musically, demographically. You are describing the very thing that you would probably never permit or never countenance if we were discussing some non-white country. Imagine whites or any other non-Mexican group were pouring into Mexico, more likely to commit crimes, more likely to go on welfare, demanding ballot papers in English. Hold on, let me finish.
I would never argue that Mexico is the same as America. The countries were founded in very different ways. They were created in very different ways with different ideals.
In other words, what you're saying is because America and all white countries are inhabited by white people, dispossession is good for us, but it doesn't work for anybody else.
No,
That's what you're arguing.
I don't see it as dispossession. I see it as an expansion of equality. I see it as an expansion of civil rights and equality on the very ideas on which the country was founded. Because America, as you are talking about it, is a stagnant identity. It is a place in time. But America, in the way that it's always existed, is an ideal. It's progress. It's practice.
The very first citizenship law passed in 1790 by the very first Congress, reserved naturalization to free white persons of good character. They wanted a white country. They wanted a white country. They continued to want a white country until 1965. What you're saying is completely revisionist. The idea that America was founded on, it's up for grabs, come one, come all, that's complete nonsense.
I never said it was up for grabs.
Well,
I
that's
have said
implied
that
in what you're saying.
The idea of America in terms of working towards an ideal of equality in which all men are created equal, in which all communities have access to the same resources, the chance for life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that is the ideal. I know very well our founding fathers were slave owners.
Yes,
and I know very well that they probably did not imagine that America would be today what it is.
They would have been appalled by the idea. Furthermore, what you're saying is somehow whites were about to choke to
I think this is the salient point here from this guy. I don't know who he is.
It is.
They would have been appalled by the idea. Furthermore, what you're saying is somehow whites were about to choke to death on their own homogeneity when people like yourself kindly arrived with diversity and saved us from ourselves. No, we built a wonderful country that your ancestors could not have been. That is why people like you come here. And the more you come in larger numbers, you will change the country my ancestors built into something else. And it is completely normal for me to wish to oppose that.
Mr. Taylor, I've taken enough of your time.
That should be a please clap. Mr. Taylor, I've taken enough of your time. I am curious though. Do you know who this guy is? Have you ever seen this guy? I don't know. Jared Taylor. I'm going to ask real quick. But just the concept that we're choking on our homogeneity. Like, oh, there's a bunch of white people over here. Oh, it's such a terrible place. We got to save ourselves. American writer, editor. They call him a white nationalist and a white supremacist, or a proponent of scientific racism, though he rejects those labels. He calls himself a white advocate. Well, I think we need a little bit more advocations, because we've been getting our asses kicked for decades and just taking it and being discriminated against big time. Please clap. Lori can't clap. All right. No more Lori references. Anyway, just the thought that America was just we need saved. This place is just so bad. It's like, no, it's not bad. It's really good, actually. Bob Woodward was a deep state operative. New files have been released. Let's take a listen to Ambassador Monica Crowley talking with Glenn Beck about what we know about Nixon.
For anybody who doesn't know, give us what the documents were.
Because our history books, our history teachers, the shame, the lies, the people who were framed. There's a lot going on, and we're still rewriting history. Who controls the present now controls the future. Who controls the future now controls the past. Or so testify. It's a Rage Against the Machine lyric.
Revealed that maybe the public didn't know before.
Yes. So when Nixon becomes president, he understands what Eisenhower was warning about. So he decides that he is going to consolidate all foreign policy and national security decision-making in the hands of two people, he and his national security advisor at the time, Henry Kissinger, who we later learned was a deep state operative. Okay, so Nixon is getting inputs from one man who he really trusted, who perhaps he should not have. All right, that creates the environment.
And by the way, Kissinger really gummed things up.
Where he is excluding the military, his own State Department, his own Secretary of State. They're all, the CIA, they're all going crazy, Glenn, because he is keeping all of the secrets to himself.
This is the deep state. This is exactly what they're talking about. She was a former policy assistant to President Nixon. I did not know. How old is Monica Crowley?
Opening to China, détente with the Soviet Union, shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East, all of these huge, peaceful foreign policy initiatives he and Kissinger are keeping close to the vest. That then gives rise to this military spy ring that pops up in the White House to spy on Nixon and Kissinger, rifling through their papers when they go home. You know, when Nixon goes upstairs to go to bed, they come in the middle of the night in the White House, in the Oval Office, in Kissinger's office in the White House. They're rifling through their papers. They're examining their telephones, everything possible to spy on Nixon. Does that sound familiar? How they spied on President Trump. Yes, because they were all freaking out. The deep state flipped out that they were being excluded. They had no idea what the president was planning, the discussions he was having. And so ultimately, Glenn, and this is what these new papers show, the more Admiral Moore, General Radfield at the time created this military spy ring to spy on Nixon.
Yeah.
And
the spy ring to spy on Nixon. Wow, it seems like the grand conspiracy of what they did to Trump.
You know who was a
candidate Trump, President Trump, and the multiple coup attempts to take him out through impeachments, and the attempt to take him out by exploding him at his Florida golf course and in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Key member of,
just like they did at Dealey Plaza to Kennedy in 1963. They, whoever they are,
was one Bob Woodward, who was a naval intelligence officer who was read in on this military spy ring and then through the CIA's Mockingbird media program was planted as a, quote, journalist at the Washington Post being fed all of the deep state plans.
Hold on. Let's make sure we catch that.
Yeah.
And you know who was a key member of it?
They say naval intelligence specialist?
Was one Bob Woodward, who was a naval intelligence officer who was read in on this military spy ring and then through the CIA's Mockingbird media program was planted as a, quote, journalist at the Washington Post being fed all of the deep state plans to throw it on the front page of the Washington Post to bring down a president.
How many presidents have they removed? By hook or by crook? And they've been getting away with it, thinking they're invincible for how long? My God, have we ever been a real country? What a mess.
Wow, I had not heard that. That is shocking.
I don't know what torch is. I need to ask, actually. Any thoughts on Nixon? Any thoughts about hearing that? Because we've been so lied to. You watch A Few Good Men, Richard, what was it? Who was that? Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford? Is that who that was? Jamie, who starred in A Few Good Men? Oh, no, All the President's Men. That's what it was. Sorry, I had the wrong title there. Yeah, it was Robert Redford. And in The President's Men, it was also... Yeah, Robert Redford played Bob Woodward. Dustin Hoffman played Carl Bernstein. The two lead Washington Post reporters whose investigation drives the story. Okay. I do need to ask, what is Jamie, look up what is The Torch with Glenn Beck. I don't even know what that is. It's different from The Blaze? I don't know what the difference is. Kenneth, if Nixon's dad had been named Nick, Richard would be named Nick's son. Nick's son, Nixon. Oh, Lake Leon. Just think of all the crap we don't know yet. Aha. Okay, so The Torch is Glenn Beck's subscription-based platform and membership community launched around January 5, 26. Primary home for his exclusive content, on-demand episodes of his program, archives, original series, live shows, member-only chats, town halls, behind-the-scenes updates. Beck has described it as the final chapter of his career after decades in media, including radio, Blaze TV, The Blaze, shifting focus toward education, history, and truth-seeking. It's positioned as a movement to ignite education and purpose, separate from Blaze TV, which continues with some of his shows, but has distinct accounts and billing. A key feature is an AI-powered tool called George, an AI librarian or chatbot, trained exclusively on Beck's massive private collection of founding-era documents, over 1 million items, rare writings, letters, speeches, artifacts, books, and sermons from the Founding Fathers and their era. Users can query it for answers drawn directly from primary sources, no hallucinations or external biases, according to Beck, aiming to help people engage deeply with American founding principles. $96 annually. Okay, I didn't even know what it was, but I've seen The Torch a couple times, and I was curious. Yeah, Dustin Hoffman. Gotta watch Wapner. Judge Wapner. Wapner's on. Gotta watch Wapner. Why do we have two references to Dustin Hoffman today? Hey, let's talk about Wag the Dog. Have you ever watched Wag the Dog? It's one of the best movies ever made. Prescient. You want to talk about conspiracies and manipulating narratives? Watch Wag the Dog. I heard that Dustin Hoffman drove a Chevy, but Robert drove a red Ford. Nice. Well done, Kenneth. Good wordplay. Okay, so now we know what the torch is. Thank you for that. Let's do ourselves a favor and get back to the important news. A couple more stories. Of course, there's he leaves a trail of sorrow in his wake. Anyway, let's get back to this. Oh, God. Arthur McWater says, the longest talking filibuster ever was in 1964. Oh, the irony here. Oh, the irony. 1964, Democrat senators spoke for 60 days continuously to block the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Wow. Debate was forced, and it lasted 60 days, and then the bill passed. By contrast, if Senator Thune, majority leader, simply allows silence to block the passage of the Save America Act, he is failing 84% of Americans. This is the most important item on the legislative agenda, bar none. Even if it takes 60 days, it's worth it to secure elections and ensure only American citizens vote. Thune can require a talking filibuster rather than a silent one without any rules changes. Good explanation by Grok. Mike Lee has thoughts on this to resolve any confusion.
I need to reiterate today, people continue to
Senator Mike Lee, based Mike Lee,
suggest that we're trying to change the Senate rules, we're trying to nuke the filibuster. The talking filibuster doesn't require a single change to a single rule.
And that's super important. You keep hearing, oh, you got to nuke the filibuster, nuke the filibuster. You go, I don't even know what that means, but I'm saying it. Based Mike Lee's going, no. There's already rules. Just make them do the filibuster. Like, then you'll win it.
Trying to change the Senate rules, we're trying to nuke the filibuster. The talking filibuster doesn't require a single change to a single rule. It simply requires the enforcement of rules and procedures that have lain dormant and unenforced, unused for a long time. The purpose of which is to perpetuate debate. Right now, the problem is that people are using the filibuster as synonymous with saying, I'm going to vote against cloture on a bill, and thereafter relying on their cloture vote or their threat of a future cloture vote as a filibuster to indefinitely delay passage of a bill and prolong debate or otherwise. My point is this, that the benefit of the filibuster, particularly in a context like this one, the Save America Act, it is overwhelmingly popular and has the support of a majority of the House, the Senate, and the support of the President, and 85% of the American people. For a bill like that, we ought not give them the benefit of what I call the zombie filibuster, for lack of a better word, whereby somebody can just say, hey, I'm going to vote against cloture, bringing debate to a close. And so I can delay this or kill the bill while not speaking on the Senate floor, while asleep or on vacation or overseas. That needs to not apply here. These are existing rules. Let's use them.
I can't find any problem with that. It does not require a change in the Senate rule.
Okay, I need to reiterate today.
All right. I will trust Mike Lee on that. Listen to this. How interesting is this? Thomas Massey's talking about Trump and Epstein, and ABC has to put a disclaimer at the end of what Massey had to say.
He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
I don't like that Massey and Trump are battling like this. I don't like it at all. And he's trying to slander President Trump here.
He's still in with the Epstein class. This is
in with the Epstein class.
He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
And again, I'm going to say President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal here. Thank you very much.
And I must say again that President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal here. Feels like it's something important to know. But Massey's trying to make Trump into the bad guy. I don't like that at all. They just will not work together. It's a damn shame. All right, speaking of a damn shame, holy says Libs of TikTok, a 13-year-old boy. Once again, we have an epidemic in this nation of black on white crime. Irina Zarutska was savagely slashed across the throat and terminated by a big black dude, completely unprovoked, no good reason. And he's on camera. You can hear him saying, I got her. I got that white girl. I got that white girl. There's an anti-white pathogen going through the country. Black on white crime. You do not see. Have you ever seen a black woman slashed by a white man? Fucking ever. You ever seen a white man slash a black kid's throat, a black girl's throat? In my lifetime, I don't recall ever seeing this story. And we've had several of these in just 6 months. Don't know what's going on. Don't know why. But digging into this case, because take race aside, it's violent criminal stuff. This is Daytona Beach, Florida. A man randomly attacked Jermaine Lynn Long. Oh, I'm sorry. I got this backwards. Jermaine Lynn Long is the alleged attacker, targeting this teen while he's walking along the boardwalk with his family. Doctors say that just 1 millimeter deeper could have been fatal. You probably won't hear about this from the mainstream media since it doesn't fit their narrative. And once again, the Democrats continuously, through their media, lying about all these race hoaxes, it drums up anger. Just like ICE killed a teacher in Georgia. No, they fucking didn't. Stop fucking lying. You're causing crazy people to do crazy shit because they hear your fucking lies and it leads them to violence. Stop fucking lying to people. Oh, does it bother me? All of this fake racism, all this fake, just all nonstop. And it's causing ramifications like this. Here's another lie. James Tallarico is running for an office. Let's listen to Stephen Colbert.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah, what is the thing, Stephen? Because you're one of the worst purveyors of lies, misinformation, and disinformation out there.
I usually say this to a guest, but if people are watching this right now, it's because they found us online on YouTube. I did an act of the show that's on tonight explaining why. It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas.
Gunther Eagleman says, breaking. Stephen Colbert gets humiliated by his own network. CBS straight up debunks the fake news that he was pushing that claimed Trump's FCC banned a Democrat candidate's interview from airing. I believe it was Colbert himself. So, all sorts of lies here. If Stephen Colbert is involved, you can probably just assume that it's a lie. It'd be a good rule of thumb. Christian Collins says, Texas Democrat James Tallarico says Stephen Colbert embodies Christianity. I'm sorry, what?
I just want to thank you, Stephen, because I know you're not a politician, but you have really shown people in this country what Christianity should be and what it means to actually live out the teachings of Jesus, even in a talk show. I just want to thank you, Stephen.
Stephen Colbert's like, what? Didn't you see that segment where I took the baby into Satan's arms? You're Christian.
And what it means.
Look at the confused look on Colbert's face.
Means to actually live out the teachings of Jesus, even in a
Huh? Who me? Who me? What me worry? Who me? Christian? Me? Okay.
Talk show. I just want to thank you, Stephen,
And he
because
brushed it off. Watch his hand.
Show.
Oh,
I just want.
Oh, please, no. He waves it off and then he brushes it away. Oh, please, no. He probably considered an insult. Christian Collins says Stephen Colbert has compared ICE agents to Nazis. What a retard. Defended pro-Hamas protesters. That's not good. Called abortion a funny word. Oh, it's hilarious. Ritualized sacrifice of human life. Likened Trump supporters to the Taliban. Wow. We can't let Tallarico become a senator. Agreed. Benny Johnson says, FCC Chair Brendan Carr says CBS was clear that Colbert could run the interview. Equal Time is about stopping legacy media from picking winners and losers. Perhaps Colbert and other Democrats want to put their thumb on the scale. We're going to enforce the law and hold broadcasters accountable. So there's that. Another take on this, CJ Pearson.
But that's not the direction they wanted to go. But your thoughts?
You know, not just the Republican candidates, but even Jasmine Crockett. But it goes to show just how white liberals treat black Democrats in their party. But for some reason, they continue to follow them oh so loyally. It makes zero sense to me. But, you know, I thought Stephen Colbert was in the business of telling jokes, not telling lies, because that's exactly what he did when he falsely accused the FCC and Chairman Brendan Carr of shutting down this interview. They did not. CBS's own lawyers did so. He told a blatant lie in an attempt to drive traffic to his YouTube channel. And I think now the attention has to be on Barry White. She cannot allow this type of liar to be platformed on her network and just get off scot-free for something as brazen as this.
But that's not the direction they wanted to.
So we'll see how it goes from here. We're having a good time with it. Yeah, tell us, Stephen. Tell us about how things really are.
So where did this conspiracy theory start? Apparently, some alt-right folks.
Remember they tried to use that slur, alt-right? That didn't stick, now did it? No, it did not.
Were combing through Clinton campaign emails hacked
John Podesta
by Russia and public.
Liar! They weren't hacked by Russia. That was Seth Rich, the one that was assassinated. He gave it to Julian Assange because the Democrats defied the will of the people and they wouldn't let Bernie Sanders get the delegate votes. They rigged their own primary for Hillary fucking Clinton. This guy can't. How many words can he get out of his mouth before he starts lying? Hacked by Russia? Russia. Nope, never happened. Always a lie. A known lie. Oh, this asshole.
Campaign emails hacked by Russia and published by WikiLeaks. And
you got the WikiLeaks part right.
And notice there seems to be more references to pizza and pizzerias.
Oh, yeah. CP means riled corn. Doesn't mean cheese pizza CP. It means riled corn.
Than they had expected, which can
laugh track. That's hilarious, right?
Only mean one thing: secret sex ring.
Love how you blinked through that one. Have you partaken, Stephen? There's that one video that keeps going around that some people say is you. I don't know that that's you. Face painted with a little kid right there. I don't know that that's you or not. But oh my God, is it creepy?
A lot of uninformed, gullible people.
See, they're not people. They're not researchers. They're not Americans. They're uninformed and gullible people.
Fell for the Clinton Podesta sex ring theory.
Just a theory.
People like Trump's pick for national security advisor, Michael Flynn.
Oh, yeah. The railroaded Michael Flynn.
Who tweeted out a link writing, new Hillary emails, money laundering, sex crimes with children, etc. Must read, introducing it, you decide.
Oh, we did. We decided who to trust and who not to.
Okay, then I decide a guy who spreads this bull shouldn't be in charge of national security.
Well, what a hero, Stephen. Have you read the Epstein files by chance? Oh, wait. Let me ask you a different question. Are you in them? Here's the victim of this slashing attack. Democrats are fomenting anti-white hatred throughout this country. They've been doing it for decades, and there might end up being repercussions to it.
As a mom of two.
I don't know about this thing. How do you feel about putting the cross on your forehead? Do you do that? Does anyone out there do that? I've never been a part of a church that does that, the Ash Wednesday thing. Do any of you do that?
Teenage sons.
I'm looking at her going, what am I looking at? She's got the thing on her head. But anyway.
My heart went out to all of you, and I was so glad that your son Sullivan was okay. But what happened next, Lori?
We are so grateful. You know, the Daytona police
and the first responders were really quick to respond to us, and we are so grateful for that.
Yes.
But it was absolutely horrific, the entire experience, and terrifying. And we just can't understand why something like this would happen.
Jared, we're learning more about this suspect. He is also suspected of hitting a man with a sledgehammer earlier in the day.
I'm sorry, what happened with a sledgehammer?
Suspect. He is also suspected of hitting a man with a sledgehammer earlier in the day.
This could go, ooh.
Now, this was about 20 minutes before your son was attacked.
I mean, we know that I don't know what happened in the sledgehammer accusation, but at what point can you just execute people and say there's something like you're irredeemable? Like if a dog goes on a crazy spree and starts biting, like you put the dogs down. What are we doing as a society letting crazy people, crazy violent people roam in general, general population?
So it was the same morning of the attack. He was released after menacing other people with a knife the month prior. So he had a long rap sheet, but the guy...
He was menacing people with a knife a month prior, and they let him out. And this is in Florida. Florida gets a lot of this stuff right. Man, did they get this wrong.
He's walking around in public. Obviously an unstable individual at the very least. Jared, your reaction to the fact that he was even out on the street?
Insane.
I don't think I can tell you that on live TV. This guy, this is totally unacceptable. I cannot believe he was just released 4 days ago. And then come to find out, he could have been arrested the same day, and my son, we wouldn't even be sitting here right now. It's totally unacceptable. If I'm at 7-Eleven wheeling a hammer around, I guarantee the least of my concerns is getting arrested.
Let's be nice. Looks like the dad is fixing to go meet me. I know, the dad's got a very interesting look, but bless that family. Yeah, the mom's kind of... Anyway, let's keep it moving. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger suggests voting ID laws might discourage people from voting. You have an ID as a citizen with eligibility to vote, or you don't. The people not voting would not be citizens. It's that easy.
When someone chooses to vote absentee for the first time that they're also voting, there are additional hurdles. And they need to provide a photocopy of their driver's license. For some, they need to have a signature that's matched nearly identical to their voter registration. And some of these hurdles might really disadvantage newer voters and particularly younger voters.
No, illegal voters, you liar. Did this lady really win her Virginia seat, or were illegal ballots tabulated to get her across the finish line? I'm calling for a full forensic audit on this Spanberger. I know, I can laugh. I seen ya. Me. Doggone it. Well, that almost sounded like a Roadrunner. It wasn't Roadrunner. It looks like a... Anyway, here's this kid again explaining his attack. Sullivan Clark slashed, nearly killed this weekend. This guy had 8 prior arrests and was released just 4 days before. Look at this. Crazy, 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 crazy. Violent, 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 violent. What in hell?
I was on the phone at the time, and then some crazy dude comes from behind me and he tries to cut my throat.
Daytona Beach police say this man, Jermaine Long, walked up and slashed that boy in the throat. He's got a long rap sheet of violent crime. 13-year-old Sullivan Clark recalls that moment he was attacked.
While I was on the phone, I had turned my head up to look at the slingshot thing. And then, boom, before I knew it, he had cut me. He missed my jugular, though.
We got to demand better in society, people. What's this report? 4 days before, let out of court by the Daytona Beach. They dropped charges after he attacked 2 other men with a knife. Why does this keep happening? Are you kidding me?
be ordering that should be held without bond.
Long is a registered sex offender and has a lengthy criminal history in Volusia. Most recently, he was arrested in January for allegedly trying to hurt two men with a knife and then hit them with a large pole. Prosecutors dropped the charges, though, and he was released from jail just 4 days before the incident with the Clark family.
Why? Why would those Daytona Beach prosecutors who dropped the charges should be held responsible for real? When someone has proven to be a menace and the legal system continues to give them additional leeway instead of throwing the book at them, putting them in a cage for life to protect the innocent people of the community, those judges need to start serving the sentences along with the criminal. You'll get better judgments if the district attorneys, the prosecutors, the judges that are letting these monsters out of their cages, if you start, you have to. We have to start charging the DAs and judges. Yeah, bartenders go to jail for over-serving drunks who kill someone, so judges should face jail time when criminals that they release do the same thing. Agreed. Oh,
yeah, we don't.
This is what I wanted to get to as the funniest thing you'll hear all day, and then I heard Kamala. All right, I'll save this Barry Obama thing. See if there's other stuff that we want to get to. Of course, we just need to pass the SAVE Act. Larry Fletcher, what's up, Larry? Haven't seen you in a minute in the chat room. Got to get you back in. Florida Republican Congressman Daniel Webster comes out in support against mid-decade redistricting in Florida, saying he's not a supporter, claims it would backfire, also slams DeSantis. A lot of people think the governor went a little bit beyond his boundaries for setting dates and other things, which is purely the legislature's prerogative. Meanwhile, Democrats in Virginia are trying to add 4 new Democrat seats in redistricting. Daniel Webster is 76 years old. Get him the hell out of there. Yeah, so Liz Wheeler's digging into newly declassified Watergate documents as well, proving that we've been gaslit for years about the deep state existence. Explosive 7 pages of transcript were classified for 50 years, finally revealed. How the deep state led a targeted spy operation against President Nixon and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger. Oh, and then they throw Nixon out for somebody wiretapping a room. Go figure. Just like in the Grand Conspiracy, how they wiretapped against candidate Trump. During Nixon's presidency, the military advisors felt they were being excluded from policymaking. Charles Radford, 28-year-old Navyman, illegally transmitted communications between Kissinger and Nixon to Thomas Moorer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Pentagon kept tabs on Nixon's moves, plans, and operations with the National Security Council. Newsmax chief Washington correspondent James Rosen breaks the story in the New York Times, illuminating that while there were different individuals who comprised today's deep state, different people than we had in the 70s, the connective tissue of the administrative state is the entitlement and the bureaucratic ideology that the American people's voices don't matter. Despite never being elected, these entitled bureaucrats believe that they run the country, and the ends justify the means, even if illegal. Truly Machiavellian. Senate Republicans ask, voter ID secures our elections. Why are Senate Democrats opposed to that? Scott Pressler says, hey, a better question is, why don't you bring the Save America Act to the Senate floor for debate? Exactly. This lady, what is she? Who does she represent? Representative Ramirez. What's she from? I don't know, but she says...
Porque yo soy guatemalteca con mucho orgullo, primero que soy americana.
CDMX 2025. I am a proud Guatemalan before I am an American. Then go back there and don't represent America. Those are dual allegiances. You're not supposed to have split allegiances. Let's check in on Oakland, another hellhole in California. How are things going here?
Oakland police say someone broke into the mayor's office and stole a city SUV on Monday. The keys to the vehicle were taken. The car was recovered the next day in Vallejo, and the suspect is still at large. Oakland.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Oakland's progressive Democrat Mayor Barbara Lee's vehicle stolen right out of her own City Hall office in broad daylight. Cool. Wall Street Ape says a candy shop called Sweet 717 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania is making ice out marshmallows, then donating the money to illegal alien invaders. 9,000 already donated to illegals who can't leave their homes. They aren't raising money for veterans or Americans with medical bills. No, it's for illegals. Brandon Straka lays out something shocking about Muslims living in the U.S. 39% want Sharia implemented within the next 20 years. 46% want to form a Muslim political party. This is not going to end well. It is a political ideology for world domination. You have to choose between having dogs or Muslims, because Muslims say they will not allow dogs in their country. And you say, well, then go back to that country where you do that thing, because we're not doing that here. And I'm a cat guy. So when you find contradictory political ideology, you select this one or that one. I would choose freedom, thank you very much, every day of the week. Jake Shields says that this email from Nil Priel says the Prime Minister of Israel is installing hidden cameras in Epstein's house. And he calls this the smoking gun document. Okay, so this is leading toward Epstein being a Mossad agent for Israel. Perhaps. 50 days into 2026, it's time for Senate Leader John Thune to pass the Save America Act. You're damn right. Scott Pressler has a bone to pick. He says, we just gave Republicans everything on a golden platter. The House, the Senate, the White House. Where's the SAVE Act? Where is election security? Where is election integrity? I agree. We interviewed Scott at the Milwaukee Republican Convention 2024. Sean Davis says, so far this year, the Senate has voted on average once a day. They've passed 2 bills. Why not bring up the Save America Act? Secure elections, do voter ID, and make it happen. They have more than enough time to exhaust a Democrat filibuster on the SAVE Act and enact it to law. Anyone saying the Senate is just too busy is lying to you. I agree. Bad Hombre says New York City public school teachers voted overwhelmingly for Mamdani the commie. The United Federation of Teachers, representing New York City public school teachers, endorsed Mamdani with 64% of delegates voting for him. He's now raiding their pension funds. You get what you deserve. You know better. Never elect a commie or a Democrat. Marion says when pigs fly is when the judges will be held accountable. No, we got to do better than that. We got to figure it out. Kenneth, I've been gaslit since I visited a candle shop after a Taco Bell lunch. Okay. This is getting rather abstract, but thank you. Lake Leon says, I'm sure you'll see it later, but look for Liz Crokin. She was on with Benny Johnson today with tons of information on Jeffrey. Jeffrey who? Are there any other famous Jeffreys? Who? Why can't I think of it? Jeffrey, he was the butler on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? Jeffrey. So when you lie to people and you tell them falsely, not a matter of opinion, falsely lie and say that an ICE agent killed a teacher in Georgia, you find crazy people like this person listen.
And I'm seeing innocent people being killed by ICE.
Oh, you are? Tell me about them, because I haven't seen a single one. That lady was an idiot, encouraged by her partner, who said, drive, baby, drive, and hit an ICE agent while evading an arrest, resulting in self-defense shots fired. Not innocent. What about the guy that kicked out the taillight on the ICE vehicle, the guy that was out there spitting on him and cursing him and causing problems, and then getting in between the officers, getting in the street, blocking the street, causing problems? No, he was directing traffic. He's not a fucking traffic cop. He had no business doing that. The second guy in Minneapolis, he got involved in an altercation. They said, gun, gun, gun. The gun was taken. The gun went off, and they thought that this guy was firing, and he was shot. 100% avoidable if you didn't make a series of terrible decisions after being trained to make series of terrible decisions. And then, of course, the fantastically reprehensible ICE killed a Savannah special needs teacher hoax. Oh my God, ICE is killing special needs teachers? Well, then we need to get them before they get us, because I'm crazy and I believe all the lies. I misinterpret the data points. Do ya? Well, here's what you get when people believe your lies. Listen.
And I'm seeing innocent people being killed by ICE.
I haven't seen that.
What the fuck are you guys doing? I hope you see this video, because I'm going to tell America right here, right now, this ends when we stand up and we start shooting back. Get your guns, get your militia, get your people. And when ICE comes to town, don't give them a chance.
So yeah, if you're going to lie and falsely claim that an ICE agent killed a special needs teacher in Savannah, Georgia, you have this blood on your hands because you're encouraging crazies to take your lead based on your lies to get a little bit of political gain. Shame on you for lying about that story.
Get a sniper and shoot. Blow their fucking faces off. Watch them fucking drown in their own goddamn blood.
Right.
Because America will be great again when we realize that we're the ones who make the rules, people. If you don't like the motherfuckers that are in there, then take them the fuck out.
I strongly suspect we're going to wake up to an update that this lunatic has been arrested. Also, stop lying to people by saying that ICE agents killed innocent people. Hasn't happened once yet. I mean, the closest thing would be that second person, but he was unhinged and trying to provoke. They were trying to turn their own supporters, the useful idiots, into martyrs. And then you say, well, fortunately, those two people that passed away, luckily they were white, because nobody cares when a white person dies. But if it's George Floyd, head for the hills. Head for the hills. We got to burn the country down for 6 months in a row. Isn't that the Democrat plan? Shame on the Democrats. Oh, yeah, she's mental. David says they will be arrested in time, even though I'm sick of waiting to hear about the arrest. I know, I hope. Yeah, this person is, I don't know if this is a dude or a chick, but either way, they need to be arrested.
Because if you don't, they're going to take us the fuck out. Stand up for your goddamn rights. Stop being...
Do you hear the poor cat saying, let me out?
Stand up for your goddamn rights.
Like, please stop doing that.
Rights. Stop being pussies. Stop yelling, asking them what's wrong with them. What's wrong with them is they've been given power that does not fucking belong to them.
Of course, the power belongs to America. We have the right to determine who comes into our country, and you know it. We have the right to determine who goes inside of our body through injection or fornication. We have the right to determine what medicine goes inside of our body through ingestion. We have every right to determine who goes inside of our vehicle, inside of our home, inside of our country. It is our right. It's not the right of the Democrats to subvert that.
Because we act like we're scared little bitches. Flip the goddamn tables. Let them know who's fucking boss and take the motherfuckers out. It's as serious and as simple as that. Pick up your guns, end the tyranny, and blow their fucking asses away. Game over.
Imagine thinking this is a flex. Well, TikTok, I assume this person's going to be arrested very quick. David says, I still don't understand what they really want from America. If they hate it so much, please move. Please. Oh, here's a big story. U.S. State Department is building an online portal called freedom.gov to let people in Europe and beyond access content banned by local governments. This will bring an end to censorship by the European Commission. Free speech is going global again. Freedom wins. That's a huge story. All these internet blackouts. You got to find a way around that. Ofer Bishtak says Zoran Mamdani is not a communist or a leftist. He's a Muslim and an emissary of the Islamic Ummah. He has taken over New York and will do everything in his power to sabotage it in order to weaken the U.S. His only true loyalty is to the Islamic Ummah and its objectives. Steve Ferguson says Mamdani appeared out of nowhere. He was created just like Barack Hussein Obama. Leading report says President Trump hints at unveiling evidence that foreign powers meddled in the 2020 election via a Truth Social post. That sounds good. Super Trucker says, so here we have a Secretary of State in Nebraska that goes on these trips to Kenya to then import people from Kenya to drive truck in America. Now we have a Secretary of State from Indiana with business ties to Indian-owned trucking companies in the state doing the same, and we need answers now. I agree. Here, high school students are told they attempt an anti-ICE walkout, and we're told to return to class or face suspension.
That is your option. If you wish to return, Dr. Damiani will let you in that door over there. If not, I will be getting your names. You will be suspended, okay? Those are your options. What are we doing? All right? Your rights do not exceed that of the school.
Wow, sounds like you got an actual competent person. What do they look like? Who's that? Oh, it's just some white guy. You got to get him fired, right? One Police Plaza, the heart of law enforcement, NYPD, hosted their second annual Ramadan crescent lighting ceremony. Okay. Doe Jumar says, I'm not usually one to point this kind of stuff out, but it's insane they posted this and nothing for Lent. For Ramadan, they'll put out, but nothing for Lent. They legit don't have a single Muslim on the team and probably the organization, yet half their team probably celebrates Lent. The Detroit Tigers put a Ramadan post out, but nothing for Lent. Elizabeth McDonald says, news. Did sewage authorities in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia focus more on DEI and environmental justice than the brass tacks of simple oversight, like ensuring that sewage pipe won't burst and spill hundreds of gallons of sewage into the Potomac? Oh, it's way more than hundreds. We are finding the primary sewage wastewater authorities in the Washington, D.C., Virginia, Maryland region have dozens of diversity, equity, and inclusion-related programs with multiple officials in offices overseeing things like unconscious bias. Also focused on supplier diversity, inclusion councils, training, outreach, compliance goals, and internal equity practices. Oh, that's great. Virginia looking at Maryland, looking at DC. You fix the sewage pipe. In response to that post, though, Miranda Devine says the Potomac sewage disaster is the perfect symbol for the Democrats' DEI mandates, in which competence was ruthlessly replaced by race, gender, sexual identity. Imagine how many hidden catastrophes are waiting to unfold in every facet of our lives, from engineering and construction to transportation and air traffic control, to medicine and policing, to education and AI. Nothing works as it should, and it's only going to get worse. Well, crap. Buckingham Palace issues a statement to calm the world, but instead it confirms everything. The royal confession, says Mr. Poole. King Charles, through the palace press office, says the royal family takes these matters with utmost seriousness and is cooperating fully with relevant inquiries. Cooperating with inquiries. That means there are inquiries, active ones, against the crown. For the first time in 1,000 years, the British monarchy is under investigation connected to a convicted child trafficker. What are they hiding? Well, Prince Andrew didn't just fly on the Lolita Express, according to this post. The files revealed he shared classified UK trade secrets with Epstein. Oh, shit. A convicted sex offender with no security clearance. British intelligence is investigating whether state secrets were traded for access to Epstein's network. His playground. Sarah Ferguson, €15,000 payment from Epstein after the first conviction. Beatrice and Eugene, names in Epstein's private emails released on February 4. William demanded Charles strip Andrew of all titles, and Charles refused. William went public. We are deeply concerned by the continuing revelations. The House of Windsor is at war with itself, but it's not just England. 72 hours, 8 countries. Watch. Norway. Former Prime Minister Jagland has been raided, the man who gave Obama the Nobel Peace Prize, charged. France. Minister of Culture, raided. Government buildings stormed. Austria, these are Dominoes, motherfucker. Austria, Epstein-linked banker arrested, fled to Vienna, caught. Slovakia, security advisor resigned overnight, no explanation. Sweden, senior UN official resigned, Nobel Foundation connections. Dubai, DP World Chairman replaced, hundreds of Epstein emails. Philippines, Senate and House launched parallel investigations. 8 countries, 17 days, 1 document release, according to Mr. Poole. I don't know if any of this is accurate. I know some of this is, but I don't know if all of it is. So do your own research, and if anything's wrong, let's correct it for the record. 8 countries, 17 days, 1 document release. So the pattern is every person who fell is connected to the same network. Not just trafficking, a global control system. Blackmail tapes to control politicians, financial leverage to control banks, royal connections to control governments, media access to control the narrative. For 40 years, this machine ran the world. And by the way, it's been 40 years that this DEI garbage, this anti-white garbage, has been being crammed down our throats. We said goodbye to and rest in peace to Jesse Jackson yesterday, but he was widely known as a race huckster, a hoaxer, a shakedown artist, the precursor to Barack Hussein Obama, who, according to President Trump, Jesse Jackson couldn't stand Obama, by the way, which was an interesting point to be made. But for 40 years, this machine ran the world, says Mr. Poole. Presidents obeyed, kings protected it, banks funded it, and media covered it up until one man said, release everything. 3 million pages, 180,000 images, 2,000 videos. No redactions for embarrassment, no protection for royalty, no mercy for the machine. March 1st, 2026, get ready for the next wave. Bondi confirmed the next release is coming. The 318 public names were the warning. The secret list, names redacted for active law enforcement, is the weapon. The Crown knows what's coming. The deep state knows what's coming, and none of them can stop it. The empire is crumbling dark to light. Yes, and the walls come tumbling down. David says, please shut it down already. The madness is too much. Arrests, please. Yes. Yeah, that's right. 17 days. Is that right? Q cannot be serious. Q cannot be serious. Can Q? Can you? Can Q? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. We shall see. Wall Street Mav says the grandson of the man who invented the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is publicly criticizing the Hershey Company, accusing the candy giant of quietly changing the recipe of certain products sold by the iconic brand. By the way, I've tried some of these recently, and they do taste like chemicals. They don't taste like they used to. Brad Reese, grandson of founder H.B. Reese, whose company merged with Hershey in 1960s, published an open letter Saturday alleging Hershey has replaced traditional ingredients like milk chocolate and peanut butter with lower-cost substitutes in parts of Reese's product line. My grandfather built Reese's on a simple, enduring architecture, milk chocolate and peanut butter. Brad Reese wrote, quote, I went and bought a bag and took a couple bites and had to throw the bag in the garbage, he said. I couldn't eat it. It wasn't edible. And I looked at the packaging, and there were no milk chocolates. There was no peanut butter. It was all vegetable oils and fats. Have you had a similar experience? I have. On February 17, students in class in Winters High School in Winters, California, to engage in an anti-American pro-open border protest, surrounded and attacked this woman and other women. Beth Bourne. Well, that's a shame. Hey, check this out. I'm sure this person is not a DEI hire. Marion says, release it now before something happens to the documents. Oh, Marion still doesn't trust that we will see everything. Well, you have that. Marion, I don't eat that junk anymore. Yeah, we could make our own. It'd be so much better. Frankie Stocks says that this University of Maryland, Dr. Rachel Rosenberg Goldstein. Rachel Rosenberg Goldstein. Frankie Stocks says, don't worry, guys. Goys, rather. That's, I believe, the slur that non-Jewish people are called by some Jewish people. Don't worry, guys. Dr. Rosenberg Goldstein says the drinking water around the poo-filled Potomac River is safe in the middle of the biggest raw sewage leak in American history. Miranda Devine says, yeah, these are the same people who told us to double mask. Assistant AG Harmeet Dillon goes before SCOTUS, hammering it home, saying election day means election day. No more weeks or months of endless counting. One day, one election, secure the vote the way it was meant to be. She co-authored the brief with the Solicitor General's office. Proud moment. This is the fight for real election integrity. Dems love the long counts because that's when the magic happens. Trump knows it. We all know it. Time to end the steal window. According to Bill Mitchell, who wrote this, SCOTUS needs to rule clear. Election day is one day, period. No excuses, no extensions, no fraud opportunities. America first means secure elections, and Dillon delivering for us big league. Talking about food, this was very interesting because I had this experience as well. Akash Gupta gave us this little story. And I went to this place, and I could maybe say I'm sort of familiar. I don't know if I can prove this to be true, but my experience matches what he was saying. So Red Robin is a case study in how to kill a restaurant chain from the inside out. In 2015, the stock hit $92 a share. Revenue peaked in 2017 at $1.4 billion across 573 locations. Families loved the place. Bottomless fries, birthday parties, gourmet burgers when that word still meant something in casual dining. The brand had real equity. Then management panicked about rising minimum wages and made the single worst decision in the company's history. They fired all the bussers. If you've worked in restaurants, you know you never do that. January 2018, CEO Steve Carley cut bussers across every location. Eliminated expediters? Oh, the expo people make the place run. I mean, the owner's son of the place where I worked growing up, like he was the expo guy. He kept that whole place together. They are the connecting point. If you needed something, don't talk to the cooks. Talk to him, and he will talk to the cooks. And cooks, don't talk to the servers. Talk to him. Talk to the expo person. They will get you what you need. They will sort it out. Don't communicate with each other. Too much is lost in translation. People get salty, personal vendettas, confusion. You can't hear people correct. Just talk to the expo person. That's crazy. They eliminated expediters and replaced kitchen managers with generic back-of-house roles. The logic was pure spreadsheet thinking. Labor costs were rising, so remove labor. The savings looked great in quarterly earnings. The second and third order effects were catastrophic. Tables stopped getting cleared, wait times ballooned, walkaways increased 85% year over year. 75% of the dine-in traffic loss came during peak hours, the exact window when the restaurant makes money. Ticket times out of the kitchen jumped a full minute on average. Customers who waited 20 minutes for a table and another 20 for a burger stopped coming back. Red Robin's own CEO at the time, Denny Marie Post, admitted the damage was self-inflicted. And here's the compounding problem. While Red Robin was gutting its own service model, it simultaneously launched a tavern double value menu at $6.99 to drive traffic. This is just, I know you're wondering, what does this have to do with anything? But like, it's just, I've worked in food service so much of my life, and this is liberal think. Things that would never work in the real world. You get the bean counters at the top of a corporation like this, make the most catastrophically backwards, stupid decisions you could ever imagine. And then we're shocked to learn that there's gambling here. What movie is that from? Shocked to learn that there's gambling happening. Orders of the cheap burgers jumped from 9% to 15% of all orders, which cratered the average check. So Red Robin was now serving worse food, slower, in a dirtier restaurant at a lower price point. That combination is how you enter a death spiral. Meanwhile, 16% of locations were in malls. Mall traffic was already declining. Those locations saw a 5.5% sales drop versus 3% at standalone stores, dragging the whole system down further. Management acknowledged the problem quarter after quarter and did nothing about it for years. 5 CEOs in 10 years. Think about that. The one leader who provided stability, Michael Snyder, was with the chain from 1979 to 2005. After that, it was a revolving door. Every new CEO launched new turnaround plans. Every plan was abandoned by the next CEO. The North Star plan, the First Choice plan, new menu rollouts, loyalty program reboots, none of it addressed the core issue. They'd trained an entire generation of customers to think of Red Robin as the place where the service is terrible. To contrast with Chili's makes the failure even clearer. Kevin Hochman took over Chili's in 2022 and did the opposite of what Red Robin did. Simplified the menu, invested in operations, launched a $10.99 3 for Me deal that went viral on TikTok, and let the food speak for itself. Chili's just posted 31% same-store sales growth. Red Robin's comparable revenue was down 1.2% for all of 2024. Both chains were in roughly the same position 3 years ago. One chain invested in the customer experience and the other spent a decade cutting it. Red Robin's $65 million market cap and Chili's $3.3 billion market cap tell you which approach works. The stock went from $92 to $3. That's what happens when you optimize for the quarterly earnings call instead of the customer walking through the door. I just found it super interesting. Maybe you do too. Andrew Kolovitz said in 2019, the New York Times admitted Virginia turned blue because of immigration. 1 in 10 people eligible to vote in the state were born outside of the United States, up from 1 in 28 in 1990. It is also significantly less white. It's not a theory, it's the intentional replacement of Americans. Mamdani had very similar results. People born in New York, they overwhelmingly picked the other guy. People born outside of New York, pick the commie. This is why you want people in America, born in America, with American ideals, American values, understand the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, have some understanding of civics and history, and you don't let commies take power anywhere ever. No Democrats ever. They ruin everything they touch. Alex Jones says a leaked email from Bill Gates to Jeffrey Epstein says, preparing for pandemics. Let's discuss next steps. For example, how to officially involve the WHO and CDC. Remember what I do? WHO and CDC. Why do I do what I do? I say for countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. We were forced to say that or else YouTube would suspend our content because they lie. They're involved in the scam. They don't want you knowing what's really happening with the jab, with therapeutics effectiveness, the origin story, the culpability of Fauci in China. They lied to you about a wet market. They lied to you 100% safe and effective. They lied to you and said the jab will prevent the spread. They lied to you and said there's no side effects. They lied to you about hydroxychloroquine's effectiveness. They lied to you about ivermectin's effectiveness. They lied to you about monoclonal antibodies effectiveness. And you know what that effectively did? It put my brother into the fucking grave and countless others. You're damn right I want Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci standing trial for treason, crimes against humanity. I want them to be found guilty by a jury of their peers because the evidence seems to be in your face obvious. And I would like to press the button, pull the trigger, whatever happens if they're convicted in a military tribunal, whatever methodology, once they go through the legal process to prove that they are in fact war criminals, monsters, serial killers, I want to volunteer to be the one to snuff them out. If that is the punishment that's called upon for their treason and their crimes against humanity, Nuremberg 2.0 trials, as I'm sure would happen if they do get their chance in court. Please let me volunteer to be on the firing squad. Please let me press the button to electrify the chair. Please let me say, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my brother. Prepare for justice. You're damn right I want them. The email, preparing for pandemics, leaked email from Bill Gates to Jeffrey Epstein, according to Alex Jones, says, let's discuss next steps. For example, how to officially involve the WHO and CDC. I hope we can pull this off. Look up Event 201, Operation Lockstep, and UN Disease X. COVID was a planned attack developed over a decade by Bill Gates working with the Rockefeller Foundation. Jeffrey Epstein was David Rockefeller's right-hand man on the Trilateral Commission. Oh, what's this? Alexander Lamar Banks Jr., according to Libs of TikTok, arrested in Michigan after reportedly running down the White family with his car, killing the couple's 3-year-old daughter. Court documents of the incident describe how Banks then got out of the car with a shotgun, shot the parents. He also brutally assaulted a 72-year-old woman who showed up at the scene. The mother and father currently in the hospital in stable condition. 72-year-old woman currently in critical condition. Why isn't this national news? Maybe you know. Amuse put this out. DEI Democrats and the Winchester, Virginia Planning Commission voted on February 18 to drop the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, diversity of allegiances is our strength. No, it's not. Uniformity of our allegiance is our strength. They call it unnecessary pageantry. Virginia is a conquered state, just like Minneapolis. Officials say it boosts inclusivity for illegal aliens and other diverse residents of that community. J.D. Vance sets the record straight on what Google did to rig our elections. Yeah, the same Google that censored me on YouTube, demonetized, throttled, shadow banned, deranked our content, and made it impossible for me to earn a living doing what I do. This has been my career focus for a decade and a half, and I mistakenly put some trust into Google YouTube. I guess that's my fault. But where the hell are the class action lawsuits against those people for what they did? Here's J.D. Vance reminding us what they did.
Worry about companies using artificial intelligence to surveil Americans. I worry about invasions of privacy. I worry a lot about political bias. If you go back to 2020, 2021, Google search was so biased in a left-wing direction that I think it actually changed America's political system. I don't want that to happen with artificial intelligence. So there are a lot of things we are worried about.
Massive. And if you look at Apple right now with Tim Cook, 100% of the stories out of like 400 or 500 that they looked at, they're all left-wing, 100% of them. King Charles III's younger brother, Andrew, arrested by British police in Epstein-related probe. There he is. I believe that's Virginia Giuffre. Smile.
State, the police have arrested Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. It's an extraordinary revelation and development on this story involving the Epstein files and all the allegations that have been swirling around about Andrew over the many years, from Virginia Giuffre, now sadly deceased, and since then, and certainly what's been contained in the Epstein files as released in the last few weeks. But the police have arrived at Sandringham Estate this morning, where Andrew has made his new home. It's his 66th birthday today. What a birthday present that is. He has been arrested by the police. Of course, the brother of the current king, the second son of our late Queen Elizabeth. This is an extraordinary development. Those of us who've been talking an awful lot about establishment cover-ups and lack of, should we say, interest by the police in what are very, very serious allegations against Andrew. Perhaps pleased that that pressure has finally been put on the police, and they have done the job of actually looking into these issues seriously. Must bear in mind, of course, that the prince has not been charged with any crime at this point, and he has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to any of the allegations.
All right. So this is happening. We'll know more tomorrow as we start to unpack the details of the case. Johannes M. Kronerat says in the Netherlands, an old couple in their 80s committed suicide together to avoid an eviction from their holiday home. Due to the housing shortage, the couple were staying at their holiday park bungalow. However, they were set to be evicted and were hit with a 30,000 euro fine by the municipality for overstaying the legal 6-month holiday home occupation limit. Who the fuck has the right to determine what you can and can't do in your home? Netherlands, what are you doing? They had nowhere else to go and likely couldn't afford the fine. May they have a better afterlife than this hell. Meanwhile, the Netherlands is on track to house another minimum 100,000 illegal alien invaders at taxpayer expense. Good God. If you let a Democrat back in charge, they all think this way. They're going to vote lockstep. TNAM preparedness, flashing red lights. Here's Ilhan Omar.
What I will say is that there is an easier conversation happening today.
What is the easier conversation happening today?
Than your conversation happening today.
Today?
Happening today.
Today?
Than 6-7 years ago when I got to Congress about what we need to do with ICE, which is to abolish it. And
pausing for applause, please clap, which is to abolish ICE. Oh my God, she's giving the Hitler salute too. Look at that. She's doing the Hitler salute. Look at, she's doing it. Anyone notice this? I got to point this out. Hold on. At 16 seconds, this woman is giving the 1930s salute. OMG. I'm literally shaking. Internet, you know what to do. And that means make funny memes.
ICE, which is to abolish it. And
she wants to abolish ICE. She was waiting for applause break right there. You can listen by her big, long exhale. Please clap.
About what we need to do with ICE, which is...
Lori can't clap. Oh, God. Is this going to become a reoccurring trope now? Lori can't clap.
Congress about what we need to do with ICE, which is to abolish it. And there is a lot of conversation about...
Oh, she did get a couple splatterings of claps.
And there is a lot of conversation.
All right, I need to rewind it a little earlier for the ICE thing.
Congress about what we need to do with ICE, which is to abolish it. And there is a lot of...
Oh, look, this
conversation.
Check this out. This cucked little boy here sitting like he's on a field trip, hands between his legs. I think he gives like a little tappy tap clap.
ICE, which is to abolish it. And there is a...
Look at him tippy tap clap. Do you see this? Hang on, just go full screen. He gives a little tippy tap clap in his lap.
Which is to abolish it. And there is a lot of conversation.
What is the sound of two cucked hands clapping?
What we need to do with ICE, which is to abolish it. And there is a lot of conversation about what the dismantlement of the Department of Homeland Security should look like.
Yeah, that's not happening, sweetheart. You should be removed for marrying your brother, allegedly. Oh, I mean, this is another hilarious one.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler.
Yes, you have, and all the like. Your whole party's been doing it for 11 years.
I wouldn't say
I don't think any Democrat has. I actually, and I think it's a smear that they project back on to critics. But J.D. Vance called Donald Trump cultural heroin. He called him America's Hitler. I mean, the attacks on Donald Trump as a fascist came from 3 generals who worked for him. I mean, the most brutal critiques have come from people that have seen him far more closely than you or I combined.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. I wouldn't say
I don't think any Democrat has. I actually, and I think it's a smear that they project back on to critics. But J.D. Vance called Donald.
All right. Oh yeah, there was a story. Tucker Carlson was arrested by Israel or something. A.L. Jacoby says Ambassador Huckabee confirms that Tucker Carlson's claim of being interrogated is a complete fabrication. As in every airport, you're asked routine questions and they scan your passport. That's not interrogation, it's basic security. Ambassador Huckabee, who by the way, my very first interview was with Ambassador Huckabee. I'll probably put that in my new intro, should I ever decide to make one. We talked about music, though. He says, thanks for a more accurate report. Everyone who comes in and out of Israel, every country for that matter, has passports checked, routinely asked security questions, even me going in and out with diplomatic passport and a diplomatic visa. So the Daily Mail story was just updated with a statement from the U.S. Embassy in Israel confirming Tucker's allegations are complete nonsense. But former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I mean, just like she does, just like MTG, Tucker, Massey, I don't know. I feel like they might have Trump derangement syndrome. I like them. They're good on so many things, but I think they've got a strong hatred for Israel and Trump, and something like there's something off about all three of them. And in some ways, they might be right about a lot of things. But in other ways, I mean, she jumps out and says, American citizen and journalist Tucker Carlson detained in Israel after interviewing our ambassador, Mike Huckabee. We won't tolerate this. You just made it worse. Well, it wasn't true, according to Huckabee himself. So there you go. Take a listen to this question. Oh, no, this is a different one because Democrats have shut down the country again. Like they're derelict in their duty, or they're trying to see things damaged.
Democrats are the reason that the Department of Homeland Security is currently shut down. They have chosen to act against the American people for political reasons. And now we have FEMA workers, the men and women of the United States Coast Guard, men and women of TSA who keep our airports moving, who will be working without paychecks for no good reason other than the Democrats wanting to pick a fight with Donald Trump. Democrats are the reason that the Department of Homeland Security is currently shut down. They have chosen to...
Okay, good. I want to get back to this because I was searching for this clip and I finally figured it out. It doesn't get much better than this. All the Democrats know how to do is lie to you. That's all they know how to do. Yes, David. Do I hate those Democrats? You should. They're worthy of contempt and scorn, ridicule, mocking, laughter, but they are dangerous. They should be taken seriously. And that entire party has become a domestic terrorist organization, must be dismantled completely. Every Democrat voted out of office. I don't say that to be hyperbolic. I literally mean it. I can't stand what they stand for. So here, listen to the lie and listen to the truth.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. I wouldn't say
I don't
that.
think any Democrat has. I actually...
It is deeply troubling and incredibly dangerous that Donald Trump would invoke...
God, I wish I could click a button and take the music out. I don't want this. I hope this is generic music. This better not be some song that I'm going to get a copyright claim for, because I need to hear what these people are saying in their own words. This is the My only other opportunity would be, do you have a link to a clip that does not use background music? At just how I feel stupid having to say CDC or FD, just CISA.gov/rumor control. Wait, what? Oh, I'm in the wrong. Where am I? No, the compilation of thought music. Because if they have a version, I'd rather just play that one. All right, let's try showing this one. This takes me over to YouTube. Okay, this is good. There's no music on this, so I will share this here. I like this. This is Sky News Australia. This is awesome. You guys should follow Sky News Australia. All right, Kenneth, we will see you later. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping up in just a moment, and then that hilarious Obama clip. But here you go, directly addressing this false claim because the Democrats love lying.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and it's been a while since we featured AOC in this segment. Let's rectify that. Here is the diabolically ill-informed young socialist campaigning for a communist, Zoran Mamdani. Hope you've got your earplugs handy because it's about to get real screechy.
Jews escaping Holocaust, Black Americans fleeing slavery and Jim Crow, Latinos seeking a better life, Native people standing for themselves, Asian Americans coming together in Queens, in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, in Staten Island.
Oh, wow. Now, AOC was also keen to trumpet how sane she is, how sane the mad left are who are supporting Zoran. I don't think she believes what she's saying.
But we must remember, in a time such as this, we are not the crazy ones, New York City. We are not the outlandish ones, New York City. They want us to think we are crazy. We are sane.
Let's see how sane they are. Let's hear from another Zoran Mamdani supporter who obviously values inclusion, tolerance and respectful dialogue and, of course, sanity.
You turned on a nasty Israeli song.
You're talking. He's attacking us. Can you please have somebody?
That's a lie. You're monsters.
Because I'm a Jew.
Oh dear, that was unpleasant. But this next Zoran fangirl is actually...
No, I don't think this is the clip that I was hoping for. I guess I got to play the Libs of TikTok one. And if I got to get a copyright strike and then remove the music, I guess doggone it.
And incredibly dangerous that Donald Trump would invoke Adolf Hitler, the man who is responsible for the deaths of 6 million Jews.
How can you possibly compare what happened in Germany in World War II
there's Pritzker directly
to what's going on here in the United States?
Well, we're talking about the death of a constitutional republic.
The death of a constitutional republic. What a dope.
That's what happened in Germany in 1933, 1934.
Yeah, that's a direct comparison to Hitler, you asshole.
And we're seeing today that you've got an administration in Washington that's ignoring court orders.
In this rogue,
such as
Department of Justice going out to do the bidding of this Timu Hitler.
Oh, okay. Jasmine Crockett calls President Trump Timu Hitler. But remember, they told you that they didn't call President Trump Hitler because they lie. That's all they do.
I don't even know what to call him. I've called him so many things. But this wannabe Hitler, for sure.
Wannabe Hitler. See, but it's so weird because I thought that they said that they didn't say that. I thought they said that they didn't say that. Which one is it? It can't be both. Right? Well.
Trump actually reenacting the Madison Square Garden rally in 1939 that neo-Nazis, fascists in America.
Donald Trump's got this big rally going at Madison Square Garden. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. And don't think that he doesn't know for 1 second exactly what they're doing there.
Yeah, this is all in reaction to this. It all sort of stems from this. I don't know who this clown is, but he actually asked Carolyn Levitt this question yesterday, and it just set off this whole, are you kidding me? Listen to what she asks. Or she is asked by this guy.
Question. And yesterday, in his statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
No.
I will pull you.
Where or when does the president believe that he's been falsely accused of being a racist? Like every day by the Democrat Party and the lying legacy media and the teachers unions, pretty much nonstop for 11 years. That's where.
Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
No.
I will pull you plethora of examples. I'm going to get my team in that room to start going through the internet of radical Democrats throughout the years, Ed, who have accused this president falsely of being a racist. And I'm sure there's many people in this room and on network television across the country who have accused him of the same. In fact, I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the president very much looks forward to having an event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
Comparison, though, to a Nazi rally?
Look, the rally, you saw it for yourself. I'll let the American public make the decision of what they saw.
What about you, though?
So I know what I saw, and I'll just leave it at that.
I compared the rhetoric that the president has employed to rhetoric that you might have heard during the Third Reich. Calling human beings an infestation is something that we might have expected to hear in Nazi Germany.
Is that not going too far to make a comparison between the president of the United States and the Nazis?
Find me a better analogy.
Talks about the blood of America as being poisoned. Echoing the same exact language used in Nazi Germany.
He is paving the way to become a Vladimir Putin or to become an Adolf Hitler or a Kim Jong-un. That's what he wants to be.
Donald Trump is also very old and a racist and a neo-Nazi.
Comparing the tactics of Donald Trump to Mussolini and Hitler is a very legitimate thing.
Very legitimate thing? No, I don't think it's remotely legitimate. Matthew Branner, Democrat-appointed Superior Court judge in California, rules that Rady Children's Hospital must continue offering gender-affirming care, quote unquote, to minors despite the hospital's decision to stop it. Activist judges are forcing hospitals to trans kids. Can you believe it? It's unbelievable. Democrat Senator Ed Markey says he wants to pass a trans Bill of Rights so children's bodies can continue to be mutilated in the name of radical gender ideology. There's your Democrats. Here's Amateur Hour. Socialist Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson comes out to the State of the City address. How's she doing?
Morning. How are you all doing today? Okay. You ready for this? I don't think I've ever talked for as long as I'm about to talk, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Sorry. Can you please? Technical difficulties. Okay. There. Okay. A little bit less. A little bit back the way you came. Back. Okay. Okay. That's good. Thank you. Okay.
After a team sent invites for her State of the City address with no date and had to resend, the invitations for the State of the City address went out with no date. So they had to resend it. And then Socialist Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson comes out completely unprepared for the first big address. This is what happens when you elect someone who never had a real job. That's pretty great, huh? Jack shares this. CNN puts out a direct hit piece on white Christians. They're working on a project warning about Christian nationalism, portraying it as a threat to the country, an ideology rooted in the belief that the country is a Christian nation. CNN attacking Christians, white Christians, America. Awesome. Good for them. Republicans getting blasted in the White House press briefing because these senators up for re-election will not get rid of the 60-vote cloture rule, which is holding everything up. This reporter says everyone in this room knows if the Democrats take over, they'll get rid of that rule in 90 minutes. DHS closed and Save America Act both can get solved in 15 minutes. If Senate Leader Thune got rid of the phony 60-vote cloture rule and got 51 votes, that would be the end of it. But they're not doing that. They're just not doing it. This grandmother was great. And then I'm going to share you that Obama story, and we're going to wrap up the show. Friendly reminder, this is your last chance to drop a Rumble rant tip or a Super Chat tip or to sign up for Patreon during the program. Let's play this clip. This grandmother, a D.C. resident who lost her grandson to violence, This a black grandmother here in Washington, D.C. gets up to the podium here and discusses President Trump with the room.
Come on in. Thank you. Yes, you can.
She says, "First of all, can I have a hug?" Yes, you can.
That's so nice. I like her. Please.
I like him too. One thing I like about him, he keeps it real just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank God for this president. I am filled, my cup runneth over. Because he allowed his constituents, his people to come to my house to interview me, to talk about the murder of my grandson. It seemed like nobody cared. I'm an advocate for murder. I marched, I rallied, I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We marched and we rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats. Get mad at me. Until this Republican sent his constituents, his people out there to interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing? Then they invited me twice before Congress to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple.
Shouldn't it be that simple? If you take a life, you do life. It makes no sense why the Democrats are enamored with letting dirtbag, violent, criminal scumbags back out on the streets to harm innocent people again. Nope, shouldn't ever be happening.
If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple. And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on. I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it.
By the way, all the commentary, you know, this poor lady had her grandson killed, and she's so sick of this stupid, senseless crime. Just grab the dirtbags, throw them in a cage. You go around killing people, you know, you just throw them in a cage. You can't let these people back out to keep harming innocent Americans ever again. But that whole point aside, and let this man do his job and stop giving him, you know, stop calling him bad names and calling him all this bullshit. Just let him do his job. Thankfully, he's finally doing what they should have done so many years ago to clean the Washington, D.C. up of crime, bring in the National Guard, arrest the dirtbags, and make it safe to walk around your streets again. Content aside, bravo to her, by the way. But if you notice, he kind of has a smile, President Trump, and then he goes back up to the mic, but he can feel the room. He didn't add anything to that. He let the clapping, he let the energy continue to swell. That's just, it's masterful room management.
Back up off of it. And Grandma said it.
Very smart. Well, good for her. Good for her. I will end with this, perhaps the funniest thing you'll see ever. I am still hopeful that we're going to get to the grand conspiracy sometime soon. Tulsi Gabbard Hoping this will come up sooner than later, and I'm hoping I can actually scroll back and find it. I put so many stories into the show today. I did yesterday too. There's just so damn much to talk about, and have a little fun in the process as well. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Drop your Rumble rants and super chats before we wrap this up here. I'm looking for the final story. Was it up above? It must have been up above. All right, I shall scroll. Curious to see what comes out tomorrow with the Prince Andrew stuff once we have time to dig in a little bit. But it's not just for Epstein stuff. It's national secrets, security clearances, Epstein bribing and blackmailing, which is the crux of what they've been up to. So we will see. Oh, this clip has got to be right around here somewhere. Okay, let me do a search. Where was that clip? I scrolled past it. Bring it up. Bring it up. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Perfect. We'll end on this and we'll wrap the show up. Intend to be back tomorrow, roughly the same bat time, roughly the same bat channel. All right, here we go. Barack Obama on a podcast, perhaps the most ironic, tone-deaf, lying, sociopathic thing you'll ever hear in the history of interviews. This is Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah, we don't want kangaroo courts and trumped up charges.
We don't want kangaroo courts and trumped up charges. The mastermind of the grand conspiracy. All roads lead to Barack Obama. We all know it. The FISA abuses, the spying, the fake impeachments, all of the lawfare to keep him out of 2024's nomination, and then candidacy, the main candidacy in the November election of 2024. It's all been puppeteered by Barack Obama, always has been. And that's what Tulsi Gabbard is digging into on the grand conspiracy. Deprivation of civil liberties, election interference, treason, a coup to overthrow the country in 2020 away from the rightful winner. It's all about Barack Obama, and he has the gall to say this with a straight face.
Yeah, we don't want kangaroo courts and trumped up charges. That's what happens in other places that we used to scold for doing that.
Imagine listening to something like this and not knowing that he is the master architect of everything he just said.
We want like a court system.
We want a court system.
We want like a court system and our Justice Department and our prosecutors to be, and our FBI to be just playing things straight and look.
Playing things straight at the Obama FBI, at the Obama deep state. You've got to be shitting me. You've got
at the facts and
just the facts, Jack.
Not meddling in
not meddling. This is gold. This is gold, Jerry. Gold.
Politics the way we've seen lately.
Golf clap on that one. Golf clap on that one. Yeah, that is a good phrase, Marion Cook, from the grandma. You take a life, you do life. What were you laughing at? My eyes are leaking again listening to her. Oh, the grandma. I did the same thing yesterday. Wow. Yeah, powerful. Good for her. You're out there just taking lives, like crack down, crush them, throw them in a cage forever. Get these people off. 95% of the problems in most communities are committed by a very small handful of repeat dirtbags. 5% of the community committing 95% of the problems. Just do your job, and then we can have a safe community again. Shouldn't we all want that? We do, except the Democrats don't. So never vote Democrat again. All right, everybody, we're going to wrap it here. Thank you all for being a part of the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Hit like, hit subscribe, find us on Instagram, heart our content, add some comments on Instagram, please. We're trying to boost those numbers. We got to get to, I think we have 30 or so more followers, and then we can go live on that platform, and that'll open up a lot of things. If we can get the TNAM Daily Show live on Instagram, let's go. That would be a huge, that could be very interesting for the growth of the channel. And it's all about growing the channel. And like I said, you can do that by dropping a Rumble rant tip or a Super Chat tip or signing up to be a Patreon subscriber. Or if you want to shoot something over on Venmo or Cash App, my name is Brian Engelman, scrolling at the bottom of the screen, or PayPal, it's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I think I think the past 2 days have been incredible. Past 3, this whole week has been just awesome shows. Way too much information to get to. I could have done another couple hours. I think today I basically got to the end of what I had in the queue. In the queue, David, in the queue. 17th. But man, it seems like a lot of stories are starting to connect, and I pinch me for being optimistic. I don't want to be optimistic. I don't want to be let down. As the Gin Blossoms once famously said in the song, "Hey, Jealousy, if you don't expect too much from me, you might not be let down." I don't want to get let down. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. I feel like the dominoes are falling. Domino, motherfucker. I think they're falling, and I think we might be on to something. But it's like waking up too early at Christmas, and you have to wait all those hours for everyone else to wake up. The waiting is the hardest part, said Tom Petty. I'm just quoting all the movies and all the music that I can today, aren't I? But that's what you get here on the New American Media, especially the TNAM Daily Show. All right, everybody. Thank you for jumping in here. I'm going to sign out. Thank you for the laughs, Mr. Barry Soetoro, or Barack Obama, whatever you want to be called by these days. I appreciate you joining me. I love you like family, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.